Second officer aboard a Klingon bird of prey, currently in charge of the Night Watch. You are in command of the ship, while Captain Sherlock and First Officer Tarad are off duty. Your shift nears its end. Third Officer Lieutenant Kagan would like to have a word with you before you leave the bridge. Interact with have icons above their heads. Press the X button to talk with them.
The end of the shift is near, at last. I have updated the duty logs. Not that there was a lot to report. Still, we have our duties. You will need to approve the logs before the captain arrives. Unless you are fond of cleaning up after his tar. Logs are up on my station now. Use it to transfer them into the record of battle. Battle. The only battle we face is against the forces of boredom. We are warriors of the Empire. We should be finding glory against Starfleet in honorable combat, not flying through empty space.
Task by approving the duty logs. Return to your contact, Lieutenant Kagan.
I hope the logs didn't bore you too much. I almost fell asleep writing them. If you'd like something more entertaining, I've made some adjustments to the standard disruptor training program on the holodeck. I think you'll find them interesting. Captain on the bridge. I see you and Kagan kept my ship from blowing up during your watch. Kahless would be proud. I relieve you. Return in 6 hours, Lieutenant. You are dismissed.
holodeck controls. Use the panel to program the holodeck. Your minimap shows you where your objectives are. An arrow will appear on the minimap if you are far away from your objective. Holodeck is initializing. Do not enter. The training program is ready. You may enter now. In combat, press the R2 button to use your weapon's primary attack, and press the R1 button to use your weapon's secondary attack. While in combat, certain actions are disabled. Once you drop out of combat, more detail about ground combat will become available. Return to the entry door. Leave the holodeck and proceed down the hallway to the turbo lift. Cross the hallway, enter the crew quarters, and sleep in your rack.
You're like the Sigma. We're ready to receive your prisoner.
Acknowledged. We're beaming the piece of Bachtalk to you, now. I recommend you muzzle him. The sound of his voice is irritating.
If he irritates me, I will feed him to my favorite targ, Peace by...
You're alive. This is First Officer Duran. We have sustained damage from a surprise attack. I need you performing damage control to get this ship back in action.
Sometimes missions specialized to your career class are available.
Oh, okay. Don't stop. Yeah, what's you stop for?
Whatever you did down there, it's working.
Here is the situation. We took custody of a Federation prisoner from the IKS Sigma. Almost immediately after transport, a Starfleet cruiser showed up and attacked. We took some severe damage, but we were able to get our shields up before they could beam over. They've launched shuttles and have boarded the ships on the lower decks. Our security teams are tied up all over the ship, so I need your help securing the lower deck. Grab a rifle from the armory locker and then make your way to the lower decks. I don't know how they were able to enter our shuttle bay, so check the bodies for anything that can give us a clue as to how they were able to board us. One or two of them might be carrying something useful.
Approach the armory. Press the triangle on your switch between your two equipped weapons. Option. Select the captain option. Ship and crew heading. Enemies have advanced from land.
Captain Jurlik. I have the prisoner you seek, and I do not wish to be captured or killed. I will permit your boarding shuttles to land on my ship in exchange for my release once you have the prisoner. My crew must never learn of this, so arm your boarding parties and expect resistance once you board.
You recovered that message from the Federation forters? My suspicions about our Pataka the Captain have been confirmed. Seeing signs of Jurlik's cowardice and incompetence for months now. But finally, this is the proof I need to challenge him. I see that you are near the brig. I want you to talk to the Federation prisoner there. Find out why he is so valuable. And then report back directly to me. Apply!
Starfleet's rescue attempt has failed.
Something on your mind, Second Officer? You do know your captain is a traitor, right? And now two of you know. That's a start. Tell me, does Duran know about Jurlik's dishonor as well? Well then, I'm guessing you'll be first officer before too long. Can't imagine Duran letting something like that slide.
How do you know so much about our crew, Starfleet?
It's my business to know things. If I were you, I'd check in with soon-to-be Captain Duran. She'll probably want to talk about your promotion.
I'm afraid First Officer Duran is indisposed. Permanently. Report to the bridge at once. Unless you wish to join her in Stovokoi.
Well, I was half right. Congratulations on your promotion, First Officer.
The captain has dishonored himself. You are the next ranking officer. It is your right to challenge him to a duel, to the death. If you defeat him, the ship is yours. Go. You know what must be done.
This is your character. You can all...
It took you long enough. Take your station. We have work to do if we are to survive. Well, what are you waiting for? The blessing of Kalis? Do as you're told, or I will find someone who will. Oh, you stand for the crew, eh? You think you can kill me and take my command? Duran was a better warrior than you. She now sings in Stovokoi. You will fare no better. Well, think. We fight a war we cannot win. Not even Tukuzma could defeat the Federation. And they were far weaker then. Why should we die for Jimtock's folly? Young fool! I plan on living a long and prosperous life. I give you one last chance. Stand down, or your corpse will be cooling on the deck next to Duran's. What say you?
hero today. Why not litter the deck with the body of another? Draw your weapon and try to die well, fool. Victory! Under Imperial law, you are now the captain. I will enter the chain of command into the record of battle. I am Klingon, son of Kerr. I now take my place as first officer. I serve the captain, but I stand for the crew. Engines and shields are online, sir. Engineering expects to restore our weapons soon. Cloaking device may take a bit longer, however. Engines and shields are online, sir. Engineering expects to restore our weapons soon. Cloaking device may take a bit longer, however. Starfleet vessels that attacked us are still in the area, and the Sanctars moved to engage them in battle. There is glory to be found there. What are your orders, Captain?
I heard that. See who went wrong. I'm sleeping. Sorry, Kate.
Congratulations, warrior.
No, you're not. If you were sorry, you wouldn't be laughing.
Captain, there is no sign of the Segpa on scanners. We do not know if the Feds destroyed her, but I suggest we not worry about that just yet. Engines and shields are operational, but we need Iridium to facilitate immediate repairs to other systems, and our Iridium stores were lost in the ambush. Fortunately, there are some asteroids in the vicinity that might have what we need.
Press the up button to increase your ship's speed. Klingon has joined your crew.
Well, think about that one. You have to love me. Do you love me? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Helm, full stop! Captain, I recommend we use the scanners to see if this contains any Iridium. No iridium on the scanners, but that nearby asteroid field may have what we need.
Use your minimap or press the touchpad button to see where your next objective is. Hold the up button to activate and deactivate the impulse.
What's the matter, T? You had to leave, huh? Yep.
What did you do, blink?
Uh-huh.
Hell, full stop.
How rude!
You
I
just had to
stopped the
leave
ship
Mommy,
this
did
time,
you?
but from now on, you'll be responsible for controlling the
Was it
speed
because
of
I
the ship.
farted?
Was it because she farted? You got it.
Oh man!
We have found several asteroids that
I
contain
see how
iridium. Weapons are back online.
Press the R2 button to fire.
Bashkar, we found some iridium.
You farted.
Well, I couldn't help it.
Warning. Ship is...
Oh, would you like me to keep my farts in?
He looked at that, yep.
Then I'd end up with a bellyache.
I think he's too worried about that one.
Captain,
I don't
I'm
think
picking
he's
up
too
a
worried about that
Starfleet
one.
distress signal. Seems that the frigate looking for us to be hit in a nearby asteroid field. They are disabled.
Love you,
They
Kiko.
won't be out of action for long. I suggest we put an end to
Yeah,
their
very
hunt
well.
while we can. What are your orders, Captain?
Buddy's a
You
little
must be
hungry.
within 10 kilometers of an enemy to attack it.
Okay.
He could get there a little later.
Oops. That was my time to get a phone. Can't have all the fun.
I suggest we take it. Captain, the feds are jamming our sensors. We can't get a lock on the SEGPA while they do. We have determined the location of the ships that are jamming us, however. We should eliminate them so we can continue our search for the SEGPA. It will be a tough fight, but the crew hungers for battle. I think we're up for the challenge. Your orders, Captain?
Activate your cloaking device to hide from enemy sensors. You cannot cloak in combat, and you must decloak first before you can attack. After decloaking, you receive a damage bonus for 5 seconds.
Yeah, you do at the moment.
Enemy ships destroyed. Jamming effect neutralized. We are clear to resume our search for the Segpod, Captain. Your orders?
This is Captain Kagdar of the IKS Segma. Where is Captain Jurnek? Ah, finally! That miserable Toba has been a blight for far too long. Congratulations! May you bring glory to your ship and your house. Speaking of which, do you want to join our fight against this Federation Batak? My long-range comms are down, so I cannot notify High Command of the situation.
Feet, arms, and legs.
Communications officer, make a report to command. Give them our coordinates and tell them we are moving to assist the Segpa in battle. Captain, the Starfleet vessel is hailing us. Do you wish to respond?
This is the Federation ship USS Musashi hailing incoming Klingon vessel. Captain Jurlek, what are you... Wait. Where is Captain Jurlek? Well then, I assume you realize how outgunned you
Captain,
are?
Klingon Defense
I'll
Force
cut you the same
reinforcements
deal I had
are
with
warping
Jurlek.
in.
Give us your prisoner, and we'll let you escape. And live to fight another day. Failure to comply means we'll disable your ship and take the prisoner by force.
It looks like Starfleet wants a fight. Shall we give them one, Captain?
You're making a huge mistake.
We are going to stay here while repairs are underway. But you need to get that Federation prisoner to Kronos immediately. High Command is expecting him. You probably want to space him by now. I know I did. But that would be a career-ending move for you. Just get him to Kronos.
Congratulations, warrior.
So you're the one with my prisoner. Congratulations. We've captured him many times, but no one has ever actually gotten him as far as Kronos before he escaped. He's quite the prize. Beam him down directly to the prison here in First City, and we'll make arrangements for the prisoner transfer. Kronos prison facility out.
Oops.
The prisoner has been received.
The prisoner has been received and muzzled. Typical human, in love with the sound of his own voice. Oh, some stuffy bureaucrat tried to reach you here. Word about your promotion has traveled fast, it seems. I suggest you present yourself to the High Council and get the formalities out of the way.
You are assuming that Brother Francisco left of his own accord, wandering into the wilderness and disappearing. Have you not considered the possibility?
There he is, the hero that brought us a Federation prisoner, the warrior who saved the Sigma, the rightful heir of a starship by right of personal combat. You have done well to start your career. I will be keeping an eye on you and your progress. Now, before you go flying off to find your adventure, there is the matter of your duties as a captain in the Klingon Defense Force. First off, there is the matter of Lieutenant Doran's husband, her Parma. It is your duty to inform him of her death, as you are now her superior officer, even in death. We will find Chagrin, Doran's Parma, working at the exchange.
Is this why my church has not been built? Is this why there is nothing been started? And angry, lashed out
Greetings! I am Far, a fully certified maker and financial investor. What can I help you with today? Chagrin? Oh, right. He's one of the maintenance engineers. Make sure the exchange computers are up and running. Last I knew, he was running diagnostics in the warehouse, located in the back of the exchange. One more thing. As a first-time visitor to this exchange, you qualified for a free sample of our fine merchandise. You won't find better quality anywhere on Kronos, Warrior. If you like it, feel free to come back. Like the Grand Nagus always says, the only thing better than a first-time customer is a repeat customer.
You have received a kit appropriate to your profession. Open your inventory and double-click it to equip it. With the kit equipped, abilities are added to your action bar, and you can perform in ground combat.
Even before he began seeking the Cubans' delusions, he was unable to convince the natives to work with him. They were frightened of his reign. I fear he made his surrender to their superstitions.
Nausicaan smugglers. They must have known I was all alone in here. Ambushed me. They're pirates, robbing the exchange. Someone must...
I want you to gather all of the savages in this village, as well as a translator who can impart my words.
Enemy target on
Fight well. You've given me time to recover my strength. Now I must find Mazarok and put an end to that miserable Takek's treachery.
Who am I?
Mazarok! You're nothing but a smuggling Yintach!
Wrong as always. One was going to kill you. Prey escaped.
You dare to challenge a warrior of the Empire?
Order you to begin construction of God's church under the direction of myself and Brother Rodrigo.
You said you had something to tell me. I understand. She was a true warrior. Tell me, exactly how did she die? It is good you were able to avenge her death, but she failed. I will not have Doran denied entrance to Stovokor because she died at the hands of a traitor. If you would have me, I would join your crew and fight by your side in her name. My talents as an engineer are wasted here in these warehouses. Let me battle worthy foes! You will be a captain worthy of my service. Congratulations, Lieutenant. Listen, something I should know about.
They will build the church, and they will do so on the consecrated land. It is so ordered, and any unwillingness, any...
That prisoner you dropped off escaped with the help of two accomplices. One was the male Orion, and the other a Nathaniel. The Orion caused a commotion, filing a complaint regarding a prisoner transfer that never occurred, and then kept shouting until he managed to distract the entire room. Meanwhile, the Nathaniel made his way into the cell block and shorted out the force field controls. Cameras caught him equipping a Federation prisoner with a holo-emitter disguise. The three then escaped into the city in the aftermath.
No. Father Juarez. Children.
Security cameras caught the trio heading north before they were lost in the crowd. You are to search there for any witnesses that may lead us to their hiding location. I don't care what this prisoner knows. He's been more trouble than his value to intelligence. If he happens to die during capture, there will was not to be an
blood
inquiry.
and excrement. When it was all over, when the smoke and dust had cleared, when the chaos had ended, the screaming stopped.
I think I know where we can start looking for the criminals.
Standing on his cart, Father Juarez overlooked the
The
scene.
Chamber of Judgment is
Bloody
nearby,
bodies
close
lay
to
in
the Lake of Fire.
on the ground.
An old judge I know
Dozens of
likes
them.
to sit near the
Men,
lake between
women,
trials.
and children.
He might have
Chests
seen something,
blown open.
and he's no friend to criminals. If he saw them, he will be happy to bring them to
Bury
justice.
them. He ordered. We will build the church upon their bones.
The Lake of Fire is just outside of the exchange. With luck, the judge will be there.
His charge was to tame these savages, to teach them, convert them from their pagan ways. They were like children and should be punished as such, as he learned during a time intervening. His penalty for disobedience and sloth had been too harsh, and he had decided to make his home here in San Joaquin to atone for his mistake. Whether or not this land really had been bad or cursed or evil, as the natives had insisted, it had certainly been stained and tainted by the slaughter he had authorized, and was now as reluctantly debased as the savages of the time, and risking my life. Father Juarez knew not.
Sure.
But more than one good man had been taken from that. Cowed by spirit unseen. The victim of an unexplainable accident, or a suspicious unknown illness. Earlier this week, Brother Ignacio, unable to cope with the pressures placed upon him, had taken his own life, drowning himself in a cistern by weighting himself down with rocks and ropes. Father Juarez was pleased.
You still awake over there, Tammy?
Brother Ignacio had been his
I heard a story from him.
You too?
servant of God, who had dedicated himself to bringing others to life. As a student of Scripture, a scholar of Catholic philosophers and theologians, he, more than anyone, had known that to take his own life would keep him eternally from God's grace. Yet he had died by his own hand. Father Juarez could not understand such behavior. It made no sense.
Head west from the courtyard and down the stairs to the tailor.
To so flagrantly and irrevocably defy his God, it was beyond his comprehension. Unless Brother Ignacio had not taken his own. Those were the rumors Father Juarez had heard. And it was why he feared.
The stranger with the Orion and Nausicaa? Yes, they were just here. They made a quick purchase and then made their way to the bar. Speaking of new clothes, I could outfit you and your crew with the latest in Klingon fashion for the right price. Come see me anytime.
Shadows and echoes. Shapes darkened in the darkness. If he would say his prayers loudly so as to drown whispers that called to him, the whispers would move his
Tom is a tailor, and you can visit him at any time to alter the appearance of your character and your bridge policy.
Far worse, if demons or spirits taken life from him, similar fate might befall. Although there were reports that Brother Ignaci's spirit had been seen in Valentine, in the library, two of the places he haunted most of all. If it
What
were
can
merely
I
the
get you?
makers, or even the soldiers who had reported seeing this, Father
Yes,
Juarez might well have
they asked
dismissed
about another Orion. A fixer named the Rock, then headed downstairs. Syndicate business, our business. Anyway, their business, not mine.
genuine terror, a smiling of face filled with such anger and hate that it distorted the features into something monstrous. I was poor against Brother Ignacio. Father Juarez rested. I observed. It would be no longer. On Sunday, Father Juarez presided at the Mass, and for the first time in a very long while,
Stranger, Ryan, and Nausicaa.
foundation
Reminds me of the chosen. Well, then again, this isn't the time for such things. You know, I did see such a... He went to the back rooms. Always happy to help warriors of the Empire with anything they might need. Good hunting.
And had often asked for a sign. Was he forgiven? Did the Lord look into his heart and see contrition there? Repentance? Maybe Brother Ignacio had taken his own life. Maybe he had known he would not get into heaven.
We should check them. See where our quarry went.
Check to make sure the slaves were locked in. And went into the chapel where he lived.
That is a suspiciously new console for an old building.
The chapel was cold. With only a few it's not the individual of individuals for a festival. Continued his way, willing himself not to speak in the words. It was probably one of the other fathers. It would put all of the self-discipline in the business, concentrate on the truth.
It looks like the spies have set incendiary devices to cover their tracks. We should disable these in case they're set to ignite later.
And devote his mind, heart, and soul to speaking with the Lord to the complete exclusion of all else. After he opened his eyes, he turned around to see Heaven's Day. Father Juarez did and he did open his eyes, and he did turn around. Despite the fears lurking in the back of his mind, he really did expect to see one of the fathers. Or at the very worst,
let's resume our search for the human crimson. That room in the back looks like a good place to start.
A horror so unexpected that it caused him to cry out and toss himself.
You're too late. You may have defused the bombs, but your quarry is long gone.
Before him was Brother Ignacio, or had been. It was disfigured almost beyond recognition. The entire form possessed the color and consistency of shadow, save for the whiteness of the wildly gleaming mouth, which was Brother Ignacio's mouth, but corrupted, just as the faintly glowing eyes deep within the recesses of the distended face were Brother Ignacio's eyes, augmented by something else.
Probably trained to withstand torture.
Ghastly, a dreadful
We're not going to get
so
anywhere with this
reception of human that he felt damned just gazing upon it. The figure spoke to him in a voice urged and cracked.
KTF security is on their way. I can take this Bachtag to the infirmary.
Crying out in terror, he heard the threats made against him, atrocities of the flesh he could never have imagined. He expected to be followed, but was not. And in the courtyard he stopped, breathing heavily, and looked to the heavens, begging the Lord for deliverance from this evil. No stars could be seen.
According to the logs, the last transport was to the shipyard in orbit above Kronos. We don't hurry, our prisoner could easily secure passage out of the system. I recommend we go to the shipyard at once.
And the darkness above the church was complete. He realized he was babbling as he pleaded with God to put an end to this horror. But he realized as well that he had brought it upon himself, that it was his retributive decision to order the deaths of those natives that had led to this torment.
We need to make our way to the transporter pad to beam to the shipyard, Captain.
And was being punished for his sins, and God would not hear his pleas, no matter how much he implored the Almighty to spare him. The wind whispered his name, laughingly, and Father Juarez turned to see from whence the voice had come. All was still. All was dark. A as a wind returned, with it the whisper of his voice. All is not as steady as it seemed, however. There was a lantern flung from a post, holding up the roof of the soldiers' barracks. It creaked in the wind, drawing his attention, and by its faint yellow light, he saw something slithering on the ground. A monster of mud, leaf, twig, and clay accustomed to the serpent. It maneuvered through the garden toward him, and it was this that was the source of the whispers, this that was calling his name. As it approached, it began to rise up, this unholy atrocity, and on its elongated head, even in the gloom, Father Juarez saw features of the face that he recognized, that he knew. The monster whispered his name, laughed. He ran to his quarters, awakening all, screaming with the onset of madness. 23.
You interested in buying a slightly...
There's no courthouse in Jardine, so anytime Claire was required to appear before a judge, whether for a hearing or a trial, she had to drive the 50 miles to Amarillo, the county seat, an arduous trip that inevitably consumed the better part of a working day. Even early morning appearances required an hour's drive there and back, in addition to the waiting time in court and the length of the meeting itself. So the best she could hope for was a return to Jardine by noon or 1 o'clock. Today's preliminary hearing for Oscar Martinez was not scheduled for the early morning. It was set for 11:30, which meant it would probably be postponed until after lunch. In court parlance, that meant 2 o'clock. So she doubted she'd be home before 5. To make matters worse, she had to attend an 8 o'clock deposition for the Seaver divorce, which the lawyer of her client seemed to be ex-husband refused to conduct in Jardine. So she needed to get up early, leave the house early, and spend the entire day in Amarillo, with probably a significant amount of downtime between the deposition and the hearing. She let the kids sleep in.
Captain, we found the transponder signal. Standing by to beam you aboard and begin pursuit.
And she prodded him awake, telling him to make coffee and get breakfast ready while she dressed and put on her makeup. Breakfast consisted of an over-toasted bagel, but at least the coffee was good, and she drank 2 cups to ensure that she would remain awake for the long, boring drive. I may be back late, she warned Julian. So if I don't get back in time, or the kids get hungry, there's leftover chicken in the refrigerator and fish sticks in the freezer. If you guys want, you can make pasta boni or macaroni and cheese. We'll figure something out, Julian told her. She double-checked her briefcase to make sure she had all pertinent forms and paperwork for both the deposition and the hearing. Packed her laptop in its case, made sure she had enough money to buy lunch, turned on her cell phone, and gave Julian a kiss before stepping outside. Be careful, she told him. She wasn't exactly sure what she meant by that, but he nodded, and that reassurance buoyed her as she walked out to the van in the driveway and pushed the button on her key to remotely unlock the doors. She waved goodbye to Julian one last time before he went back into the house. To her left, Claire sensed...
I'm disappointed he was able to get off Kronos, but not surprised. He's a slippery one. Do what you need to do to bring him back. You have his warp trail, so I begin with that.
There, congratulations, Lieutenant.
She quickly got up and locked the doors before starting the engine. The man passed by without even glancing for direction, and Claire relaxed. She watched him walk away. She was so worked up that these days anything even slightly off at the seeing stress when non-existent. Arranging her purse, briefcase, briefcase and laptop on the passenger.
From the heart of Kronos to the frozen wastes of Lurapente, Klingons have built an empire that values strength, honor, and skill in combat. To be Klingon is to be a warrior. Fight well, live with honor, die with a blade in your hand. If you can do these things, you will live forever in the stories and songs of the Empire.
Slow down where the highway narrowed to 2 lanes at Yucca River Canyon. Truth be told, she was glad for the company, happy she was not all alone on the road. For the thoughts in her head were the type that inspired fear and dread. She was not planning out questions and exceptions for the deposition, was not going over in her mind opening statements for the hearing. She was going over the history she had read about in Oscar Cortinez's books, the tales told by Spanish explorers and Mexican missionaries. She found the supernatural aspects of the various accounts disturbing. She knew that most of it could be put down to the superstitions of the time and the fears that probably befell all sojourners through what were then unexplored lands. But in her mind, as she read, she imagined the area as it must have appeared back then, without the buildings, without the people, without the roads. And in her conception, the focal point of the horrific events was the land on which their house now stood. Of course, that was ridiculous. No church had ever been constructed on that spot. Still, the events described in those histories possessed an unnerving correlation to the events that were transpiring between the walls of her own home, and thinking about them left her feeling cold and anxious. She was determined to bring it up to Oscar.
On the front lines of the Klingon Federation War, brave captains from both sides battled to defend their homes and gain advantages for their faction. Each death has meaning, every victory can turn the tide. These are the conflicts that will determine the fate of the quest.
Hand-holding was an important component of the practice of law. And though they had the exact same conversation just last night, they did it again until his nerves were soothed and he was ready to play his role. With some extra time to kill, Claire saw her opportunity and cleared her throat. Oscar, she said cautiously, I've been reading the material that you provided me. These stories about evil spirits and haunted places. He waved her away. Justifications. Her way to rationalize the murder, brutality, and atrocities committed by first the Spanish against the Native Americans, and then the English against the Spanish. Don't worry. They won't hurt our credibility. History texts are full of references to ghosts and demons and the supernatural. It was how the people in those days explained events and phenomena they did not understand. If you read some of the accounts of the California Gold Rush written by the men of that time, they would curl your hair. Often such stories are excuses for bad behavior, defenses for violent societal overreactions that seem indefensible to us today. And in this case, they were used to justify the slaughter of opposing societies. Claire nodded, as though in agreement. She wanted to pursue this line of questioning, but chose to wait until after the case had been decided before probing any deeper. She could not afford to engender any doubt in her client, and she knew that by asking what she really wanted to ask, she would risk losing Oscar's confidence. It was clear that he disbelieved in the supernatural and put no stock in any paranormal explanations. If she indicated that she felt otherwise, it might make him think that she was unstable. Maybe she was. At home, Julian and the kids had eaten by the time she returned. How'd it go? Julian asked. Good, she said. The deposition went well, and the district is already indicating that they might be willing to settle. We have a strong case, and they know it. It's great, he said. Yeah, she said, though without much enthusiasm. She opened the door of the refrigerator and took out a head of lettuce, intending to make herself a salad. What's wrong? Julian asked. She looked at him. You know what's wrong. There hasn't been anything. Don't, she told him. She chopped the lettuce, got out some tomatoes and carrots, and he wandered back out to the living room where Megan and James were fighting over control of the TV. Both of the kids went to bed early while it was still a little light out. Granted, the days were long, and it didn't get dark until sometime between 8 and 9. But it was totally out of character for either of them to voluntarily go to bed at this hour. And Claire had a sneaking suspicion that they wanted to be asleep before night. Julian was watching a movie on HBO. She watched it with him for a while. And when she was sure the kids were asleep, she told him about what she'd been reading, the historical accounts of ghosts, demons, and unexplainable phenomena. He was skeptical, of course, but not that skeptical. And she knew that while he wanted to disbelieve, he probably did not. It has to be connected to what's happening here to us, she said. It makes sense that if those sorts of things were occurring on his hand hundreds of years ago, they're probably affecting what's going on now. What is this, a monster movie? But he knew as well as she did that what was going on. And when she stared at him,
Captain, walk trail ends here. What are your orders?
They were too far along to pretend that they were overreacting to a setback in the house, or similarly rational events that could explain what they were going through.
Time for Dyer?
This was bigger than more concrete. Multiple people had seen a ghost walk down their hallway and into the living room. It was time to look for real answers, not logical explanations. They talked about it for a while, not really coming to any conclusions, agreeing only that they needed to investigate the situation more.
If he's out there, he'll hear it. Captain, I recommend modifying the navigational beacons in this system to amplify our efforts in locating the prisoner.
But Claire was wired and wide awake. She worked on a few pre-trial motions for the Seaver divorce and tried to determine the starting point for a settlement in the school district. Her mind wandered, though, and she found herself thinking about something she'd read. A strange, small detail she came across.
Beacon modified. Nothing yet. We should modify another beacon.
By the Mexican historian. As a test, Claire went outside. Everyone in the house was asleep, so she unlocked and opened the front door very quietly, closing it behind her. She walked onto the lawn, into the sidewalk. She'd been out after dark before, but she'd never had any reason to study the sky.
Got it. Establishing a communication link now.
You? I am impressed. I thought Doran was the right choice for command, but apparently even I can be wrong. The KDF will do well with you in their ranks. Have the tenacity of a rabid dog.
The Riviero's house, where she stopped, looking up.
As much as I might deserve to rot in a Klingon jail cell and be interrogated to within an inch of my life on a daily basis, I have unfinished business. It's time I was going. I don't doubt that you would. However, I always have an escape plan. I've planted a tiny subroutine in all Starfleet computers. When a vessel arrives in the Boreth system, their sensors will pick up distress beacons from dozens of destroyed Starfleet starships. In addition, when we started this conversation, I sent out a few false maydays from these phantom vessels. Ships are already responding. You've proven yourself to be a skilled warrior already, so I'm sure you know that Kayla said it was acceptable to lose a battle to save an empire, or a ship. I suggest you leave before Starfleet arrives.
By the time she reached the boundary of her yacht, the sky was jet black. She suggested themselves.
Captain, being hailed by one of the Starfleet vessels.
This was far bigger than just having a ghost in the house.
Klingon bird of prey, power down your weapons and shields, and prepare to be boarded. Our sensors are detecting several Federation distress beacons in this area. This trap is obviously your handiwork. Surrender now, or we will be forced to open fire.
And she stepped onto the porch, opened the front door, and walked into the living room. The lights suddenly turned on. In the kitchen area, he had decided to sleep naked and had kicked off the sheet and blanket. It was on his back. It was erection stuck straight up. Forgetting everything else.
We'll resolve this peacefully, but we will defend ourselves.
Target's shield has failed.
We're ready to leave the system on your command.
The equivalent of a Reader's Digest article. It was his job to design web pages, but even he had to admit that there was a lot of useless out there. After 50 fruitless minutes, Julian reset his parameters to narrow down the search.
It
But there were
is
still some 28,000 hits
that the prisoner has eluded your search.
That
said, you did uncover a Federation spy nest in the heart of First City. We've deciphered their infiltration techniques and are cracking down on their spy network within the Empire. One of my prison guards was impressed with your tenacity and asked to be reassigned to your crew. You would be wise to accept it.
And originally founded by the Spanish. It wasn't much, but
congratulations, Lieutenant.
Julian hoped to expand upon that subsequent references in other languages.
We have identified the Federation prisoner you've been chasing. His name is Franklin Drake. Some of our sources say he's a Starfleet intelligence agent, but there are hints that he's much more. From what I can tell, he's not part of the normal chain of command. Previously, we didn't have any images or genetic samples from him, which is why he was so hard to identify. Now, We'll be on him the second he shows his face again. We already have a lead for you to follow.
Back in his office,
A Klingon shuttle enters space of the Penal colony. That system is restricted, and there was no traffic scheduled for today. You are authorized by the High Council to approach the system and determine if Drake is there. Bring him back alive, if you can.
as he watched, uncomprehending, individual letters separated themselves from words, moving up, moving down, moving out, the pixels that created them flattening and shifting, coming together in a dark mass that slowly resolved itself into a face. The face of the ghost who had crashed their party. The man who had died in the basement. Julian pushed his chair away from the desk as the face looked up, looked down, looked around, then pressed against the monitor, grinning. It looked for all the world as though someone were actually trapped behind the screen, and Julian recoiled at the unnerving reality of the illusion. Then the face became pixelated, grown apart, losing mass, losing color.
Oh, you're flying, are you?
Fragments that once again rearranged themselves into his email messages. Julian reached over and quickly turned off his computer before backing away, more unnerved than he would have expected to be for such an experience. He stood and paced around the room, taking deep breaths, thinking. Maybe Claire was on the right track. Maybe there was something connecting the haunting of their house to events in the past. And maybe the thing in this house saw what he was trying to look up and wanted to scare him away. Just as it had her. He was scared. No doubt about that. But he also didn't seem to be getting anywhere with his research. And it occurred to him that a more fruitful approach might be to check the library. Public libraries often have books and documents pertaining to local history, as well as reference librarians who themselves were repositories of information. He glanced at the Beatles clock in his bookcase. It was just after 11. Julian paused for a moment, deciding what to do.
Alrighty.
And headed downstairs. The kids were still camped out in the
I guess you'll be up by yourself tonight for a little bit.
Turn it off. And the show's not
Won't have
over.
anybody here besides you to talk to tonight after I would go to bed.
James had already used the remote.
You'll be up by yourself for a bit.
Come on, let's go.
You have to get used to that again.
Julian took the key ring out of his pocket.
Right?
Jingling it so both kids could hear. Okay, James said, getting up off the floor. Where? Megan asked, suspicious. Out for lunch. We'll go to McDonald's. Then I need to stop in the library and look a few things up. Megan wrinkled her nose in distaste. McDonald's. Taco Bell. I want McDonald's, James announced. We'll flip for it. But come on, we gotta go. I gotta go, Megan said. In the hallway to the bathroom. Julian found himself still jingling his keys. He hadn't realized how nervous he was, how much he wanted to get out of the house, until his daughter said she had to use the bathroom. James looked in that direction and started to say something, but Julian cut him off. You can go and Taco Bell. McDonald's. As soon as Megan finished, he ushered the kids out of the house, not relaxing until they were safely in the van. He said we were going to flip a coin, James said. Julian nodded. We will. But how will we know where we're going unless we do it first? Julian pushed himself up from the seat in order to get a hand in his pocket. He pulled out a dime. Okay, call him. Heads, they both said in unison. One person gets heads, one person gets tails, said patiently. I want heads, James insisted. Megan sighed melodramatically. Fine. Julian flipped the coin, called it. Tails. Megan said, pointing a finger at her brother's face and grinning. Taco Bell it is.
That was nice.
Julian drove to the fast food restaurant, made a reasonably harmonious meal before heading over to the library. James parked himself in front of one of the computers, and Megan wandered into the young adult section. As he suspected, the library did have a lot of items dealing with local history. There was actually a closet-sized history room that held nothing but books, brochures, pamphlets, and magazines related to the history of Jardine and Tomasito County. Most of the items could not be checked out, but they could be studied in the library, and Julian pulled out 2 volumes that looked promising. The relatively recent New Mexico ghost stories and the considerably older Tales of Tomasito County. Behind a glass case were stacks of old newspapers, and he asked the librarian whether he could look through them, but she said the papers were in fragile condition and kept in the case for protection. There was microfiche of the newspapers available, however, and a few were near the computers, and she showed him the file cabinet containing the microfiche, except they were organized by year. Julian couldn't spend all day in the library, and even if he could, he still wouldn't be able to read everything. So he skimmed the books, neither of which was as helpful as he hoped. Before grabbing a handful of microfiche and sitting down to scroll through the headlines of Jardine's early days. The newspapers didn't go back as far as he wanted. Maybe not enough people could read back then. But he began at 1900 and started working forward. Megan came up while he was still halfway through the year 1901 and asked whether she could
You
go
can
to her
train
friend
your
Kate's
bridge,
house for the
then
afternoon.
select the...
Kate was
Once
standing
learned.
next to her. The two had obviously run into each other. Or they had purposely planned to meet here. It was impossible to keep up with the cell phone shenanigans of teenage girls. Kate smiled shyly. "Hi, Mr. Perry." Julian looked from one to the other. "You can go," he told Megan. "If your mom is home," he said to Kate. "My mom's right here. Mom?" she called. There was a chorus of shushing from annoyed patrons, and the librarian at the front counter frowned at her. But seconds later, Kate's mother was standing before him, and the two of them talked over logistics. She and Kate were going to the store first, but then they were going home, and Megan was welcome to come with them. "What time should I pick her up?" Julian asked. "Oh, I'll drop her off. What time do you want her back?" 5 o'clock, Julian decided. After saying their goodbyes, his daughter happily went off with her friend, and Julian paused for a moment to check on James and make sure he was all right. Sitting between 2 other boys, his son was deeply engrossed in the cartoony mayhem of a computer game, and, satisfied, Julian went back to playing. Sometime later, Julian became aware that a
This
person
is
was
Warden
standing
Tatak
behind him.
of the Rura
Assuming it was
Penguin
another
Club.
patron who wanted to use the
Do not
microfiche
have
reader, he
authorization
was all
to
set to
land.
apologize for
Turn
hogging the
back
equipment
now.
when he turned to see
The
James
attempt to
standing
violate
there.
our
So
security
at first,
perimeter
James said
will
he
be
was
met
tired of
with
playing games
force.
and wanted to leave.
Our
Usually, it was the
authorization
other way
comes from
around.
Chancellor
Julian
Jimpak
glanced at his
himself.
watch,
It is
shocked
unwise
to
to
see that it
stand
was
in the way of
almost
his
3 o'clock.
representatives.
He
Unless,
hadn't
of
really come
course,
across
you
anything
would like to
useful yet.
become a resident
He
of
didn't
your
want to feel
own
as though
prison.
he'd wasted the entire afternoon, so he said, 10 more minutes. "I'm bored, Dad." "I know."
My apologies,
He had a sudden
Kalikanesh.
idea. "Hey,
I
you
am
want to hang out at
honored
Mom's
to meet
office?"
you. What do
James's face lit up.
representatives of the
"Yeah."
High Council seek
Perfect.
at Rura
Claire
Penguin?
could watch James, while he could continue looking through these old newspapers. Julian took out his cell phone. He wasn't supposed to use it in the library, but he leaned into his carrel, close to the microfiche reader, and called Claire, speaking softly.
There are
Explained
no
the situation,
Federation
and she
corps
agreed to
on
come by the
Rura
library to
Penguin.
pick up their son.
Are you
While he
aware
waited,
enemies of the
James
Empire
checked his
should be
summer reading
killed,
program
not
status on the wall
fed and
clock,
coddled
and
like
picked out another book to read. Julian continued to scroll
It
through
appears the
headlines,
spy is as
but
good
before he
at
got
getting
past
into
another
prisons
month,
as he
Claire
is at
was there.
escaping them.
James
Check
hurried
your
over and handed
sensor
him his
logs,
book.
Warden.
"You
He is
rescued
here,
me," she
somewhere.
declared with exaggerated gratitude. Julian
Our
stood.
security logs are checked
He told
every
Claire.
quarter hour as per regulations. There have
"There
been
might be
no
something.
transfers
That's
in
why I
or
want to stay a
out of
little
the
longer."
colony within the
"I'd
last
go,"
day.
James announced.
Only 2 ships
Smiling,
have
Claire
entered
turned
the
on a louder
system
sign.
today.
"Why don't you
Yours
get a
and a
slice more?"
Klingon
Steve
shuttle.
suggested.
Shuttle
He
left the
grinned.
system hours ago.
"Excellent. Do you
You
want me
are
to pick him up when
still
I'm finished?"
here.
Julian asked. Claire shook her head. "We'll meet you at home."
Your arrogance is tiresome, Warden. Produce your sensor logs at once.
Turned back to his newspapers. The something he had told her about turned out to be...
Our logs clearly indicate the shuttle left the system hours ago. There have been no transfers. All prisoners in this colony are either accounted for or dead. Your trail has gone cold.
He didn't think it was a pattern that had continued through the present day, but he thought about the man who died in the basement.
Ready to beam down on your command, Captain. There is a magnetic field covering the entire penal colony to prevent prisoners from escaping via transporter. We'll have to beam down to the outskirts of the magnetic field and walk to the
Julian
entrance.
decided to call it a day. He shut off the machine, picked up the pieces of scratch paper on which he'd scribbled notes, and started to put away the stack of microfiche. "I'll take care of that," the reference librarian said, walking over. "We like to refile everything ourselves, just to make sure it's all in the right order." "Okay, thanks."
Where do you think you are going?
Sleeves, as well as the 2 books he'd looked at, and left the library, heading home.
You may have crossed the magnetic shield, but your visit is unannounced, and you will follow protocol. No one simply wanders around this prison. I will escort you to the warden.
Over anything even slightly out of the ordinary. He was more creeped out
You will follow me.
That he would ever let on. But he was the husband, he was the father, and he needed to make sure that it was safe for his family to be here. He even went into his office and turned on the computer again, waiting to see whether anything
I can see them, Roga.
was monitored. He was gratified when, after he accessed several different screens, and retyped his email message.
Your presence here is unnecessary.
Downstairs,
the only Federation citizens on Rurapin are frozen into the ice. But don't let me dissuade you from your manhunt.
He took the steps 2 at a time, and the first floor was empty. There was no one else home. Julian heard voices again from the living room, and goosebumps trickled on his neck and the skin of his arms, making him shiver.
My guards will stay where they are. There was a breach, it would have tripped the alarms. The security system is quite advanced. This is a prison. Please examine the security system for yourself. You refuse to accept the word of the prison's warden.
James wandered forward, cracking his head over the asphalt.
Dare to question the honor of a warrior of the House of Torg? You may be representatives of Jempak. You'll taste my blade if you insult me again.
Claire and James vanished. Whatever spirit was here, it was not going now. There was a heaviness in the atmosphere.
Go! See for yourself! You'll only find the Padak dumped here to rot.
He could imagine this thing imitating him, trying to make him believe they were here, trying to torture him.
Follow me to the general holding area.
But he forced himself to stand his ground, and he looked carefully around. There was nothing to be seen. Nothing out of place. No visible apparition. But there was a bad energy suffusing the living room, making the light seem darker, making the furniture seem old and creepy. And it appeared to be emanating.
Take one of the jackal mastiffs with you to
Once
sniff
the
out
most impressive
treachery.
aspect of the living room, perhaps of the entire house, the oversized fireplace now just seemed threatening.
Interrogate the prisoners, Captain. One of them may have spotted the fugitive.
Black enough that it seemed to go back farther than the wall of the house, black enough to hide the presence of unspeakable creatures. Julian reached out and switched on the ceiling light, but it did nothing to further reveal what lay hidden in that space. Slowly, nervously, cautiously, he stepped forward. He heard the voices. They were male and female, young, old, but they weren't James and Claire. They weren't even speaking real sense. The man's voice he had heard in Megan's room, they were saying actual words, but not in a way that made sense. Males, not Irish. first common table saw.
Don't bother someone else.
It was a conversation between crazy people, delivered in competing monotones. It was coming from within the fireplace. Close now to the heart.
We got nothing to talk
about. To hear into the open. The whoosh of air flew over him, around him, past him. Only it wasn't air. There was volume to it. And a sense that he sensed but did not understand. It was over.
I don't know.
The room was back to normal. The fireplace was just a fireplace. There were no more voices. Seconds later, the front door opened, and Claire and James did walk
following you, Captain.
Turn around. Greet them, grateful and unexpectedly elated that they were here and alive.
None of these prisoners will help you. They can sense danger far better than you can. And they know the risks of getting involved in a fight that's not theirs.
At the top of his head. His hair was sticking up where that thing had blown over him. He used his fingers to pull it back down. Wind.
Because I'm not a Batak like the warden and his cousin. Have you asked yourself, why would a human come to Rura Pente?
They discussed it later, though he downplayed his description of the event, left out his real reaction completely.
The humans here to extract a prisoner. There are no other alternatives.
Told her what he had learned at the library.
If he was coming to kill
she seemed excited to hear that there was a history of death and violence in the street.
Was
had
wait.
No idea how she could
Everyone sent to this hole died. Most dead.
What was that?
Her sense of hope seemed stronger.
Yes, I did.
Are you questioning my honor? If you think you're safe because you hold the weapons, you're mistaken. The only thing standing between you and a cold grave is my patience. Someday I'll teach you a lesson for testing my resolve. The human is here, but it is a complicated situation. You must do exactly as I say. We are surrounded by enemies, and you will need my help to survive.
Unless you want to go to bed at the usual time.
Julian was awakened after midnight by the sound of laughter.
The only crime I committed was thinking there could be peace between the great houses. And all you need to know is that I am a Klingon warrior with the information you need. Follow me, and I will take you to the one the prisoners call the Word.
You got both the boys.
Word is over by the mining.
Megan and James were upstairs alone, and he immediately pushed off the covers and hurried up to the walls.
So you'll probably fall back to sleep,
He was in the kitchen now. He went there and turned on the lights. He did so. There was nothing in the kitchen, but the door to the basement was open. Down there, he heard laughter.
Too quiet, honey?
It was loud enough.
Sounds like a tomb in here without those two here.
Uh-huh.
There you are. I was wondering if I'd lost you. Julian looked around for a weapon.
Don't try to play coy with us. You have the subterfuge skills of a wounded tar. Did you think no one here would notice a new prisoner? Or that no one would notice when you tampered with the air extinguisher?
Yes, couldn't have that. There wouldn't be much of a Christian thing. Then Nancy saved us from a conviction because he was going to get ready to write us up.
Yeah.
I'm sure what to do. Smart girl. You could call the police. But he wasn't sure this was something the police would help with. Wasn't sure that whatever had gone into the garage was human.
Again.
I see you found your friend. If I had the time to explain it, but I'm on a tight schedule, and you took your time getting here. If you want to know what's really going on, you'll have to ask your new friend. I need to be going.
The dead grass was cool, but it was stuck toward the garage. Glanced from side to side as he approached, making sure nothing else was happening. Beginning to see flick of the lights in the garage had been turned on. He opened the door and stepped back quickly, not expected. Nothing leaped out. He moved forward, walking into the garage, turning the light. seemed to be in order. Nothing out of place.
Yes.
Since the van was parked on the driveway,
Start
the
the last line
lawnmower
with
and most of the gardening implements were in the storage shed. The garage was relatively big.
He says, I'll be out of here.
See everything in the video open. Julian wondered what had put them forward in their trips. His grip in the night.
He's running for the surface!
Hello, what's your name, buddy? This is Screamer.
Something was here in the garage.
No, why would I?
Walking over to the wall and looking right over the
That's right, buddy, the dead.
I don't think so. Okay, fine.
James. The thought had not even occurred to him before this moment, but he realized in a second feeling in his pit of his stomach that he had not checked on the children after being awakened by the doctor. It could be James. The area upstairs was where he and his friend played. He could have been the one sneaking into the garage and closing the door behind him. Julian waved the blank to his foot and did it wrong. About half the time, he waved Claire and called 911 and jettisoned immediately. If they shifted the knife to his left hand, placing it over the foot against his thumb so he could use his other fingers to grasp the ladder's rungs, he sped up to the top, and only when his head and shoulders were protruding from the floor of the loft, and he was at his most vulnerable, did he realize that it couldn't have been James.
Okay, in there, Mom?
The door of the house had been locked. If James had gone out first, the door would have been locked. Julian braced himself for a blow. But even as he winced in expectation, he was pushing himself up into the loft and frantically searching for a light switch or a pole chain attached to a bulb. He'd been up here only in the daytime and only on a few occasions, so he didn't even know whether there was a light in the loft. Nothing hit him as he got to his feet. And since he was next to a wall already, he pressed his right hand against it, feeling around, even as his left hand gripped hard the handle of the knife. Amazingly, his fingers encountered a switch, and he pushed it up as a shielded bulb in the center of the room turned on, bathing the loft in a light that was probably soft and weak, but that after the blackness of a moment before seemed as bright as the sun. Julian stood where he was, rubbing his eyes, and as soon as they adjusted to the brightness, he saw where the blood had come from. A dead body. It was John Roach, the intruder he'd seen through the dining room window. Julian recognized the yellow baseball not just once.
Take it out. Yeah, take it out.
In the face.
Oh boy.
Sliced through his neck and widened his mouth to clown proportions.
Oh, okay.
Another in his forehead revealed scalp and skin. What he left of his nose resembled chopped frog and liver. And a hard stab near his right eye, moved down the side of his head and taken off a sliver of skin with hair, as well as a piece of ear. He had finished himself off by plunging the knife into his own throat, from whence it protruded with only revealing thin, ragged strip of rib cartilage, blood covering not just the remnants of his neck, but his arms, his chest, and the surrounding floor. Thin rivulets ran across the uneven floorboards to the trapdoor opening, which was where the grip on the Julian's head. Splattered 5 feet away on a standalone cardboard cutout of the diary of a wimpy kid. And the stench in the loft was so strong, Julian marveled that he had not noticed it immediately upon coming out. He gulped in air, trying not to gag. How had there been no screams? How had the entire neighborhood not been awakened by Lynch's shriek of pain? Julian kept screaming. His brain was logically processing the information being fed to it by his eyes. He was scrambling back down the ladder. Halfway to the bottom, the lights winked off above him, and he realized that somewhere along the line he had dropped his ladder. All the lights in the garage were on. Willing himself not, he reached the bottom of the ladder. Stumbling over his feet in the darkness, he found his way out of the garage and ran back to the house.
Hurry! We have to stop
How much you want for my wall piece?
The worm slithered to the surface. We need to stop him before he can reach the edge.
That's almost as much as my Gunsmoke went.
I
Almost.
promise that I'll explain everything once we track
Yeah,
him
that's
down.
brand new.
Oh, yes, we can. I don't want to hear any more of your rationalizing bullshit. I'm not spending another night in this place. We're taking the kids and we're going to my house. The police had just left after several hours of questioning and investigation, and the 4 of them were gathered in the living room, sitting on the couch in the love seat. Though Claire didn't feel comfortable even doing that.
Just give you these
She
for
wanted
when you
no
want
part of this fight. And even if they had to unload it at a loss, even if they had to live in an apartment,
The human is trying to cross the ice. We need to hurry before he gets outside the magnetic shield.
And in such a gruesome way, neither she nor the kids could see the body. She had not allowed Megan or James to even look out the window when the covered gurney
Oh my
was being
goodness.
held. But
What?
they knew what had happened.
Oh, that's on
The
the
very
prairie?
thought of such violence made her queasy.
99,
This was the
99.
second person to have died
In that
during the
case,
past
we don't
2
have any
years.
time to
Way
wait.
disturbing.
It will be difficult to track his movements in this flurry.
Unless you were moving into a new home, someone had probably died in virtually every house in the country, especially in those that were more than 50 years old. These days, a lot of people died at hospitals.
what?
But in her grandparents'
What?
day, most people had probably died at home. The house was not
I'm just
near
going to be going to bed soon.
It seemed to be a death magnet, attracting people who were about to die or wanted to kill themselves, and there was no way in hell she would allow her children to be exposed to such an influence.
Probably any time.
Beyond the immediate fears, it was only a small stretch to imagine that influence extended to include violence against other children and against herself.
Those were wild, Jackie. Keep a lookout for more.
So you've been drinking fresh coffee in the morning, Tammy? Yay!
How can they survive on the surface?
I don't think it's good for the kids to be here. I think you should back up.
They must feed on the corpses of dead prisoners.
No buts, Claire shouted. I think I should say what the hell for? You're just being an asshole. We need to get out of here. All of us. Right fucking now. She was aware that she was swearing in front of the kids, something that she had never really done before. Something that she and Julia had always taken pains to avoid. She was aware also that they were staring at her in shock because
Working its way towards
the most
halfway
important
mark.
thing at this moment was to get
Go on,
away
like
from
I'm probably
the
putting
house
another bag
as
in
quickly
the
as possible.
car.
And she was willing to do whatever she needed to do to make that happen. I think I might be
Clearly never read the works of Chancellor Gordon.
You're not going to be able to do shit.
Maybe.
It's over. We're done. A man just killed himself in our garage. We have ghosts walking down our
I nodded to her
There's
credit.
nothing to do.
Okay, fine.
She hazarded her glance.
Now, let me ask you, how can we win a war if we can't stop fighting?
Have either of you
honor must be
seen
upheld.
anything here before? She asked carefully. I want to go. James quickly
The words of a warrior.
Me too.
Still, killing one another for honor
Yes.
blinds us to greater threats.
She stood.
Clear your little office. I got
told
my
you.
stuff little one.
Let's go.
Yes.
She actually wasn't sure how long she could spend at her parents' house before their smothering drove her out. But even if she had to endure a week or two of her mother's nagging or her father's complaining before they found someplace else to stay, it would be worth it. She was not going to live in a place where a man committed suicide. I'll drop you off, Julian said. Then I need to come back.
There he is!
The blood? Megan said, horrified. No, he assured her.
Impressive. Your determination is commendable.
I just need to check things out and make sure everything's okay. And then you'll come over to Grandma and Grandpa's.
There's more at stake here than dealing with a lone human on a mission of mercy. In fact, our intelligence says you have very little time left to act.
On his face that he had no intention of doing any such thing. Stay if you want, she said, and Ralph said in a hard, straight line.
Our friend here discovered that one of the great houses is plotting.
When she arrived at her parents' house just before dawn,
but his curiosity
the situation,
now you and
told them that she and the
Alexander,
kids were coming over to stay for a while.
will both have a chance for
Mom and Dad thought that she and Julian were separating. Especially when Julian dropped them off and unloaded the luggage, but did not remain himself. Neither of them said anything in front of Megan or James.
Your father still has friends in the Federation. They believe he's in great danger. I recommend a trip to the Vor system. There you'll find out just how big of a mess you're in, and find the proof.
She could tell.
Oh boy.
Yeah. She and Julian were not a perfect couple. They fought like everyone else. And back in Los Angeles, they'd gone through some pretty rough times.
He and I have never met. But as I told you, the story is complicated. What you need to know is that he speaks the truth. There is a plot against the Empire, and it is not the Federation's doing. Our true enemies are closer than we realize. If we want to protect our people, we must go to the Vor system and see what is there.
But all of this she kept hidden from her children and her parents. She had to be strong right now.
I don't care if you trust me. Kemtar, tell your father that obligations have been met. Only you can decide how you'll deal with a greater threat.
Now, but there was still a twin bed against one wall, maintained for emergencies, and Claire brought her own luggage in and closed the door. She sat down hard on the bed, taking a deep breath, thankful, a moment of peace.
The only threat you should be worried about is me. You're a miserable Karut. Not only have you broken penal colony protocol, but you've meddled in the affairs of House Torg. I don't care if Kemtar is innocent. We were paid a great deal of latinum to keep this piece of Baktak locked up. He's not leaving here, and neither are you.
That's my cue to exit. Good.
She had always liked to think that he was still with her, hanging
One way of connecting it.
the idea that
Yeah.
but it was
Whatever works, right?
She considered everything going on at their house. She thought that maybe she could hold that to simply stop. She was grateful when Megan and James pushed open the door and called her. Are you going to work today, Megan? I have to, I said. Can we stay here at Grandma and Grandpa's? James asked. Of course, she told him. You can even invite your cousins if... No.
We can expect more guards soon.
But I don't understand why. No. They repeated.
You must have a ship in orbit. We should beam up as soon as possible and discuss what has happened.
Her mother had already started making French toast for breakfast.
We read you, Captain. What are your orders?
The meeting was supposed. It was as though they were actually separated. And though after the fight, might think that this morning. Such a feeling is understandable.
We can't get a lock on your position, Captain. You must still be within range of the magnetic field.
They ate at her desk. And of course they talked about the kids. She told him that both Megan and James...
We will bring the ship down to the surface to pick you up, Captain.
Rather than home, seemed to make them feel more secure.
If we head for higher ground, it will be easier for your ship to locate us.
When she broached the idea that he should sleep tonight at her parents' house as well, he quickly changed the subject. As it turned out, the police would not clean up the law, but they recommended a cleaning service in town, wash floors, scour walls, and remove all traces of blood from the site of murder, suicide, or accident.
Look up ahead! The warden and the guards are approaching!
Them earlier this morning, and they were scheduled to come by in an hour. He had no idea how long such a process
You
would take.
dishonorable dog! When the High Council hears what Jempak's representatives have done here today, they will order your immediate execution!
Still, the anger was audible in her voice. Why?
Enough to keep us warm long after you're dead. We get paid whether Kemtar lives or dies. So before I kill you, I'll offer you the coward's choice of surrender.
Wondering once again whether he had been contaminated or corrupted by whatever was in that house. Julian, I don't know what. Doesn't that scare you? Again.
What am I forgetting?
What frightened her more than anything was the realization that she knew of no way. This could be settled without trial, and she purposely spelled out her best and strongest arguments in the hope of
getting end to a band of dishonorable fools. I trust you're ready to leave this freezing, miserable place, Captain. In many ways, I think Rura Penthe is worse than Grathor itself.
It seemed weird doing such prosaic work.
Drake said we should go to the floor system.
But it was also possible.
Whatever is there, it is a threat to the Klingon Empire. We must find evidence to show the Council.
On her desk is the stack of books and monographs Oscar had given her. The raw material of his curriculum.
Transporter room is standing by, Captain. We're ready to bring you aboard at your command.
And the violence that had happened at her house, though the exact linkage remained elusive. Soon she wouldn't need to worry about it. Soon the house would no longer be theirs, and someone else would inherit all of the responsibilities.
Your report on Warden Kratak and the President was disturbing. I have transferred many prisoners to Rura Penthe, and this is the first I've heard of corruption. As you know, the Empire does not tolerate fraud or dishonesty. I accept your resolution to the matter, but I am displeased that you did not apprehend Drake. The fact you freed Kimtar also requires scrutiny. If Kimtar were not Ambassador Worf's son, I would demand that you return him to First City at once. However, if you believe there's evidence of further corruption, you have my authorization to pursue this matter discreetly.
Filled with a satisfying sense of accomplishment. He looked around at the cluster of adobe...
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
You have a new captain power available in your radio menu. Press the L2 button to show all your powers. Use the left stick to navigate this radio menu. Press the L3 button to set your quick power and update the default captain power to use. Press the right trigger to activate a power directly from this radio menu.
It had seemed to him that such a location would be of invaluable strategic importance, if it was charted and known. Enemy combatants.
During my time as ambassador, I uncovered evidence that one of the great houses has been corrupted by a foreign influence and is plotting against the Empire. I was thrown into Urapenthe as punishment for digging too close to the truth. The fugitive Drake suggested that we travel to the Vor system. We hope to find evidence that will prove there is an internal threat to the Empire.
Even drew him a map. And along with the other youths camping along the river, insisted that the Mexicans who populated the village needed to be exterminated.
On the area map.
Kit's own wife was Mexican, so he wasn't necessarily disposed to agree with such a sentiment. But in order to obtain the directions to this place, he gave his word as a government agent that he would assess the situation, and he had brought with him a couple of youth soldiers and a raft of volunteers. It was a small concession to make if the rumors about the location turned out to be true. The volunteers had remained behind at the camp this afternoon, but the youths were with him, and when he glanced over their faces, he could see they were scared. He too felt an uneasiness here, but it was more than made up for by the feeling of triumph he experienced. That very uneasiness, in fact, was behind the triumph, for it indicated to him that the stories he had heard over the years were most likely accurate. The three of them tied their horses to a post and walked down the single street. San Jardin looked like one of a dozen other villages he had come across in his travels. Rather typical for this area, in fact, with its single store and bar, its collection of small, poor homes and its outlying farms. The only feature that made it different was what stood at the far end of town, the one building he had avoided looking at, and the reason he had come. A man carrying a rifle stopped to question him. Obviously the person in charge of whatever passed for law hereabouts. The man spoke no English, but Kit's Spanish was good, and explained who he was and why he was here. At first, the man denied that there was anything unusual about the village, and told Kit that his information was mistaken. If there was such a place as he described, San Jardin was not it. But when Kit asked what the building was that lay at the end of the street, and why no homes or farms or other buildings stood anywhere near it, the man broke down, admitting that land was mal, bad. His reticence turned into effusiveness, and he explained that everyone in the village shunned that area, neither went there nor spoke of it, and that avoidance of the site came naturally to even children and animals. Word had it that 50 years ago there had been a church on the spot, and that it had been destroyed by a band of marauders, one of a historical procession that had decimated the population of what had at one time been a thriving community. Kit looked to the end of the street. Even a church couldn't change the nature of that land. And this to him,
we've entered the Vor system. There's a starbase in orbit dead ahead. Huh. It's one of ours, with the records listed as a research facility operated by Uridian scientists.
And somehow that seemed the most disturbing.
The Uridians are not known for their scientific prowess, but the research station is listed as a protected asset. According to your ship's computer, the Uridians have a trade agreement with a human scientist named Amar Singh. He is working with someone in the Empire on a genetic research project. It's unclear what Drake expected us to find
as of a primitive god, and bent on keeping people away so as not to rile the forces within. Kit spoke to the youth soldiers to either side of him in their own language, and they pulled out their guns and got a bead on the head honcho before them. Now I am going to inspect that location, Kit announced to the villagers, and I do not wish to be impeded. Do I make myself clear? If any attempt is made to stop me, my men will immediately start firing. They are expert soldiers, and will be able to kill several of you before you are able to kill them. The man who'd been talking to him looked angry and frightened at the same time, but he lowered his weapon and lowered his head, allowing Kit and the youths to pass. The other men dispersed, leaving the street, going back into their homes. For moments, the street was clear. The village might as well have been abandoned. Kit looked over the youths. Once again, he saw the fear in their faces. He felt it, too, and the air grew colder as the sun hid behind a cloud. A shadow fell over the land. They walked past the store. The village he saw now was bigger than he had originally thought. Its size was deceptive because it was shaped like a horseshoe, spread out and back, leaving a short center. Everything built away from and around that small structure at the end
By
of the
default,
street.
the R key
He still was not
either
sure
full
what that
throttle
building could
or
be.
full stop.
But as he approached, as he grew close, he saw that it was a ramshackle cabin. Windows.
This is Research Facility Lochner Beta 3. I am Clardos Yarden, commander of the station. With whom am I speaking?
And behind the smoke was a
we weren't informed there would be visitors today. How may we serve the Empire?
The street had ended, and he was standing before an overgrown patch of brush-covered ground. A narrow footpath led
Commander Clardos, you will provide this ship's computer access to all recent station communication logs. You will also transmit a manifest of shipments and supply delivery receipts for the last month.
Well, this is unexpected. You do realize that we have an agreement with your government and Dr. Singh. Our research is highly classified. You do have some sort of official order granting permission to view these records?
If he did not follow through, enter that building and find out whether that power could be used to promote the interests of the research. He stepped onto the footpath. But when he announced
Why are you attacking us? Please, we are not your enemy. You're completely mad. This is a top security installation. You don't have authorization to access our records. We're filing a formal complaint.
For such insubordination, he had no intention
of doing. Of course we're hiding something. We're conducting classified research. That's why you are not authorized to access station records. You do understand the concept of top secret, don't you? This is preposterous. We refuse to hand over top secret information without proper authorization. We will defend ourselves if necessary.
They've powered up defensive cannons.
Could not have come from any.
A ship is responding.
As though he were in a cave. It took his brain a moment to realize.
Captain, Romulan wallboard on sensors.
Mocking. This was not what he had expected. It was not.
Captain, the Romulans are hailing us.
Until this
we received a distress call from this station. We are here to provide assistance.
The idea that had led him here, and that had lain in his mind since the first rumors of this village had reached him all those years ago.
Station Commander Plardos sounded distressed. He mentioned a disagreement with a Klingon vessel. It would be dishonorable of us not to investigate. We appreciate the delicate nature of the situation. Would you mind if we spoke with the station? Perhaps we could resolve any misunderstanding.
A colorless fire sprang up in the center of the room. In a shallow hole he had not been able to see in the dark.
I find this very suspicious. Why would Romulans respond to a distress call here?
A blaze of indeterminate origin.
The Romulans hailed the station on an open frequency, then immediately switched to an encrypted channel. The Romulan ship hasn't raised shields. What are they up to?
Whitish powder in the shape of a man's body.
I don't need to remind you that we're in Klingon territory. The fact that these Romulans are here at all could be the clue we need.
Within him as he recognized that the thought on which his mind was focusing was not his own.
Captain, the station has transported several crates of goods to the Romulans.
Through the doorway, becoming tangled for one terrifying, heart-stopping moment in the tattered cloth.
Commander Plardos has explained the situation. It sounds as if there's been a miscommunication. A foolish bravado of the Klingon Empire, attacking your own station and then accusing us of wrongdoing. I should have expected something like this. Very well. We'll communicate in terms you can understand.
One of the youths asked him. Jesus' mother Mary into some kind of goddess.
The Romulan Republic is thankful for your assistance. We had tracked the Tal Shiar to this system, but we would have been outmatched without your aid.
Practiced by Indians, and the figures in the windows looked like little monsters. Creatures with oversized heads and spiky teeth.
The Romulan Republic faces many challenges, but conflict with the Klingon Empire should not be one of them. As a gesture of good faith, I'll share with you information that you might find to be of value.
These Mexicans deserve to die. He'd known at the moment.
We believe Tal Shiar agents are collaborating with operatives in the Klingon Empire to steal weaponry and technology. We have uncovered large supplies of Klingon weapons on the planet Nimbus 3 that we believe are being stockpiled there by agents of the Empress. The stolen goods are being transferred through several facilities in the local sector, including this science station.
Torches flaring, voices hollering. They came riding into the village.
The shipping manifests on the supply crates and the weapons themselves. By tracking the flow of goods, we've learned that there are agents in the Klingon Empire transferring stolen supplies to the Tal Shiar. Those supplies are being stockpiled on Nimbus 3. If you will help track down the source of those weapons, we will share our data with you.
Screaming in Spanish.
Transferring the data now. We expect the Klingon Empire to track down the source of these stolen goods and punish those responsible before more weapons fall into the wrong hands. If we discover any further information, we will notify the Empire's ambassador on Mol Rihan.
But a few old men as well. The younger men.
Please listen to me. We were only following protocol. We must ensure that our research doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
Raised her arms to him. begging for mercy for herself.
We didn't know the shipments we were transferring were stolen. I was told that the crates were medical supplies needed on the war front. We didn't ask questions. Please, show mercy. We were only doing what we were ordered to do. Due to present circumstances, we will forego normal security authorization and provide the files you have requested. We live to serve the Empire.
We've received the data that Kemtar requested, Captain. It will take some time to analyze these files and track the source of the shipments. In the meantime, we are prepared to leave the system on your command.
Sitting at his desk, Luther thought about the murder that had just occurred there. About the bodies of the enraged the morticians. He had never seen such...
Your officers have analyzed the shipping logs from the research facility. Their findings confirm what the Romulan Republic officer told us. Someone has been routing technology and weapons to the Tal Shiar, and they are going to great lengths to cover their tracks. An operation of this magnitude would require the resources of one of the houses. But the shipments are being routed in such a way to conceal their point of origin. Our evidence is circumstantial. It was my eagerness to point fingers without proof that landed me in Urapinthe in the first place. We must exercise patience and wait for our prey to reveal themselves. My father is Ambassador Worf. He has many friends and many enemies. I tried to convince him that one of the houses was moving in the shadows against us. He either didn't believe me or didn't care. Either way, he made his decision when he refused to act after I was sent to Urapinthe. His pride is a weakness our enemy will try to exploit. You can try. But we must be prepared if he doesn't. We should at least warn him of the danger, even if he refuses to see the knife at his throat.
No, it was the feel of the place.
You can use transport to quickly return to your home system of Kronos. Hold the X button and select the transport.
Would have been more convenient.
You have returned to Kronos, host of the Klingon Empire. In order to bring down the Force, you must approach the planet in your starship. Once you are within transporter range, a contact will offer you the option to beam down.
Hello? He said, but was greeted by silence. Luther hung up immediately, jerking his hand away from the phone as though it were contaminated, convinced that the call had come from the murder house, though there was no evidence to even suggest such a thing. Had it been silent in the phone, or had he heard whispers? The more he thought about it, the more he was certain that someone had been whispering, but he could not come up with picking out who spoke about it. The young wife who had committed the murder, Angie Daniels,
perhaps. First, tell me who you are. Greetings. How may I assist you? That is an odd request. We stand in the courtyard of the Great Hall, and honor has no need of secrecy. If you cannot speak your mind in this place, then I have no desire to hear what you have to say. That is not my son's name. If Kemtar wishes to talk, tell him to come and speak to me. I will not communicate through intermediaries. He is the only one in danger, unless you have been foolish enough to listen to his tales. But you have already made that mistake. If you have spoken to him, then you have been to Urapinthe. I am Gintar to the House of Marton. Lady Sorella has declared vengeance on the House of Jimpak. It would not surprise me if all the great houses wish me dead. Tell my son that I am capable of defending myself.
He went over the way Mrs. Daniels looked at the house, the way she looked just now in the south.
Romulans? That does not make sense. Jim Puck's position towards the Federation and the Tal Shiar is very clear. And in this, he has my house's full support. It would be foolish for any house to make such a connection. However, I would not be surprised to hear you mention the House of Duras. And that is exactly the sort of accusation that landed my son in a penal colony. Tell Kemtar that unless he has proof, he should stay silent. If he is a fugitive from Rurapente, he will only make his situation worse. I do not want to know any more about what you two are plotting.
Has Worf agreed to speak to us? What name I use is not important. Did you tell him what we've learned? Did you tell him the Romulans are involved? Given their history, I've considered the possibility that the House of Duras might be involved. Is he at least willing to review our evidence? Yacha! He is a stubborn old man and he is going to get himself killed. Agreed. If the Jinn talk to House Martok will not listen, we will take our concerns to the House itself. Martok's son Drex is off-world. I will contact Lady Sorella and arrange a meeting.
He had no dreams, but he kept waking up.
These events are very disturbing. They paint a picture of a large conspiracy against prominent houses of the Empire. I will work with my contacts to see what else I can learn, and I will notify you when I have enough leads to further our investigation.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Daniels was transferred to the seat in Colorado. She'd kept her clothes on after that first incident. Hadn't done anything strange since, even though she looked younger. But he was glad to see the last of her just the same. Around town, things began to seem calmer.
Sorella, Lady of the House of Martok, has requested that you meet her at the House Estate in the Ketha Lowlands. She did not explain why she wanted to see you, but I expect that she has some tasks she would like completed. The House of Martok has lost much prestige since I took the Chancellor's seat, but they still have many allies among the KDF, and I am loath to reject Sorella's request without a good reason. Gaining the favor of the House of Martok could serve you well. But remember, they have many enemies. I harbor no ill towards Sorella, but do not get caught up in her vengeance against me. It would not be in your best interest. Serve the Empire well. Kapla!
Jim pulled the car and stopped in front of the house. The woman had already strung up 2 of her children. They hung from ropes attached to a beam on the wraparound porch, twisting slightly in opposite directions, eyes bulging and mouths open in dark purplish faces. The remaining 3 children sat on a porch swing, sobbing. She was tying a rope around the neck of the smallest one, preparing to hang him, too. Why weren't those kids running away?
The estate of House Martok. It has
Why
been
weren't they screaming for help?
After Gowron stripped my house of its titles and lands, this place became my home. I will defend it, and House Martok to my final breath.
Stop right there.
Come, Lady Sorella waits for us ahead. Believe me when I say it is unwise to keep her
Luther
waiting.
pushed her to the floor, away from the boy, grabbing the rope from her hands, and Jim held her down. She was screaming incoherently, spit flying from her mouth as she jerked her head from side to side, yelling out nonsensical words. Her hair was wild, her eyes wilder. and she looked like someone who had escaped from an insane
Welcome.
asylum.
I will skip the usual pleasantries. We have serious matters to discuss. The House of Martok has many enemies. Some of them seek to curry favor with Gempok, or the House of Duros, by striking at us. Until now, most of these attacks have been little more than a nuisance.
There was very little reaction at all.
But now we know that an enemy may be plotting to assassinate Worf, and my grandson, Mavem, may also be a target. The filthy Baktag willing to carry out such dishonorable attacks must be stopped. And so, I ask you to find these assassins and eliminate them.
After Mrs. Daniels had murdered her husband.
Any threat to House Martok will be dealt with, my lady. On that, you have my word as a warrior. Where is Maven now?
It was a realm of craziness.
He is on his way to the Battle tournament on Forcus 3 with your father. Worf assured me that he would handle security matters during the trip, but that was before you reported your findings to me.
Not the street, nor the sidewalk, nor the yards, nor the houses.
Before you go, I have another concern. Our local farmers reported seeing a Romulan here recently. Given Kemtar's suspicions of a house collaborating with the Tal Shiar, it seems to be an odd coincidence. We need to know what the Romulan was doing here before you leave for the tournament.
He had talked to her afterward, asking what she had seen. And she'd seemed a nice enough old lady. But he had conducted the interview on her porch because he did not want to go into her house. The house frightened him. The weird part was that he wasn't frightened by any one particular thing. No, it was the overall atmosphere of the house that he was scared
of. A Romulan? Here?
Nerves.
Once I would have considered that impossible. But we live in strange times. Maybe they have come to their senses and joined with the Empire against the Federation. I haven't seen this Romulan myself, but one of the others might have. You have my leave to speak with the workers. One of them might have seen your pointy-eared interloper.
Jim, the woman, who was still spitting and screaming, and hauled her to her feet. You want me to take her in? The deputy asked. No. I'll do it. You watch those kids. Take them into the house from the backyard. I'll send Mrs. Biederman over to get them. And I'll come back and we'll cut those other kids down. Take them over to Jake's.
Of what interest is a Klingon father to a Romulan?
Two hanging children. Luther shook his head. Said nothing. He knew the answer. It was rain-based. 27.
The only thing I've paid attention to of late has been the lack of rain. But you're a warrior, not a farmer. You wouldn't be interested in that. Sorry I couldn't help you.
He ate in front of the TV while he watched the night news. He missed his phone. He was glad they weren't good. If he had any sense at all, he would have left as well. Shoving a for sale sign into the grass of the front yard.
The dogs have been busy tearing up my roots, but other than that, I haven't seen anything unusual.
What did he have to prove? That he wasn't a coward. Julian carried his plate and cup into the kitchen.
I remember seeing the Romulan. He said he was a surveyor hired to architect a new irrigation system. He set up equipment on the hill over there. But I have not seen him lately. It would not surprise me if he is up to no good. You can never trust a Romulan.
This survey may be more than he seems. The idea of a Romulan moving alone, freely on estate grounds? I do not like where this is going. Let's follow his steps. Doing so could lead to insight on the Romulans' action.
Searching for the photo albums that they kept hidden. The ones they never showed Megan or James. The ones they wanted to save but never looked at. It took him a while to find the photo albums. Halfway through his search, he realized that the basement did not seem scary to him. Had it ever? Or had he just accepted the verdict of the rest of his family? He wasn't sure, but he knew that he was alone in the house. He was not alone. That he was down here, not afraid. There was something reassuring about that. And he found himself able to fully concentrate on his search.
I see the equipment there. It is definitely Romulan tech.
The usual distractions.
That is definitely Romulan gear, but it is not surveying equipment. It is a short-range EM transmitter, not something a surveyor would use, Romulan or otherwise. I have a bad feeling about this. Disable it at once. Well done. We still have a suspicious Romulan on the loose, however. There is a shipping and receiving area nearby, close to a landing pad. I suggest speaking with the workers there. They may have seen our mysterious surveyor recently.
He thought he'd have to go a little way in. Past pictures of Claire that he'd taken while they were dating. Past the wedding and their first apartment. But nothing was in chronological order. And the photo that greeted him immediately upon opening the album was one of Miles that he'd taken at the beach that last summer. The summer's door. Miles was sitting in a hole that they both dug together in the sand, looking up at the camera and grinning. He was holding his little blue plastic pen. There was a smear of sand on his cheek where he rubbed it with his dirty hand.
Yes, I remember this.
He had on his Thomas.
Not every day you see a Romulan in the Ketha lowlands.
Blonde hair was
Didn't say he was a surveyor, though. He told me that he was part of a diplomatic delegation studying our agriculture. Martok would have never let a Romulan set foot on our world. That's why I don't think much of Jim Martok. He's too soft. Honest thing I remember.
He turned the pages until he found another picture of Miles.
Was that he personally
This one
scheduled
taken
the
at his fourth birthday.
That is against our security procedures. Lady Sorella insists on authorizing all deliveries to the Masters.
Smiling. This was the way Julian saw his son.
His codes were valid. He had Lady Sorella's signature, so I did as he asked. His delivery arrived today. It's a large package we moved to the grain storage shed near the house of Martok's manor. The Nepri know what was ordered. He handles most of Lady Sorella's business transactions.
There was a physical pain in his chest.
And now our surveyor is a diplomat. A Tal Shiar spy seems more likely.
Claire never discussed her first son. But he tried so hard to live in
I processed that delivery. It was an order for the House of Martok. They needed explosives for digging out a new irrigation system. The order was placed by Lady Sorella with her signature and authorization.
This was the approach that seemed to work.
She must need the new irrigation channel badly. Normally, Sorella delays such tasks until the winter, when the farm hands aren't busy with planting and harvesting.
More about Miles in the past.
This spy is clever, placing the explosives near the House of Martok's fertilizer stores. If he detonates them, the results will be devastating. I believe that device we found earlier was intended to be a trigger event. Taking it out will slow the Romulan down, but it may not be enough to foil his plan. We should focus our search near the fertilizer shed. The spy will need a good vantage point to monitor the area before he triggers the detonation. Come, the hunt continues. Use your scanner to search for Romulan life signs.
And it remained as fresh in his mind today as it had when his son shot at him. Two terrified syllables that cut straight through his heart and would be perfectly preserved in his brain until the day he died. As a college student, as a young man, Julian had enjoyed hiking. He belonged to the Sierra Club, but met one of his former girlfriends in a club-sponsored hiking festival. and had enjoyed taking Claire backpacking excursions to various wilderness areas throughout the state. Even after they had Miles, they continued hiking the weekend, though necessarily closer to home. It was on one of these treks and though the Saturday before had been nice, the entire week prior it had been raining. They should have known better. But it had been a hard few days at work for both of them, and they'd wanted to get away from the city and out in the open air, if only for a couple of hours. Griffith Park would be too crowded, they knew. Angela's Crest too treacherous. So they'd opted for the Santa Monica's. They'd hiked there before, many times, liked the views, and were familiar with many of the trails.
Getting weak.
They were an hour in, and pretty high up. Claire ahead, he moving more slowly, at Miles' speed. He was letting Miles walk on the outside of the trail, where he'd never done it before. He'd also allowed the boy to walk.
There, by the ship! What is that Romulan doing?
The House of Martok will crumble, and with it, the rest of the Klingon Empire. You can't...
Treacherous for shock! It's an ambush!
You remember they've been talking. More than a kilometer the saturated ground of the Miles' shoes and Julian
they're finished. Deal with that bomb before it kills us all.
Slid down the side of the mountain, taking his son with him. Miles! Crying out, Julian dropped
this ship, it is the Rotari, the flagship of House Martok. That Romulan wanted to blow up more than fertilizer.
But Miles was only a few feet down, lying flat against the collapsed section of muddy trail, arms raised instinctively as though grasping for purchase. Daddy!
It would have been a fatal blow, both to the house and its honor. Cha! One thing is clear. Whoever is behind this plot has no honor. Not even a Fakiri would join forces with the Tal Shiar. It is madness!
An expression of complete utter trust. The purest faith you can have in its words.
We must continue the hunt, my friend. The Romulan still draws breath, and as long as he lives, our troubles will multiply. Piece of Bakhtok probably beamed up to a cloaked vessel in orbit. Let us return to your ship and see if we can find it.
Then the mud had slipped, and Miles was swept away, tumbling down the slope, buried under a pattern of smoke. Claire was screaming, her piercing cries echoing off the walls.
Ever since Jempa recognized the government on New Romulus, the number of Romulan ships in orbit over Kronos has increased. Most of them have legitimate reasons for being here. As a diplomat, I realize that harassing such a ship could lead to an incident. That's trouble we do not need.
Crying out himself, keeping his eye on the sliding section of trail, trying to determine where under all of that mud wobbling Miles was located. He was pretty sure he knew the right spot, and when the slide stopped at the bottom of the ravine, he dropped to his knees and began
Very well. I am willing to continue, as long as you understand that discovering the vessel that holds our quarry will be
expecting to see his son's fingers or glimpse the blue of his shirt, but he didn't. And he dug deeper, aware in the back of his mind that the boy had been down there for too long, and filled with the growing fear that he was searching in the wrong spot. He'd still been digging.
There's a lot of warp and impulse traffic in the area. It's too much for the scanners to handle, especially if we're dealing with a cloaked ship. That's assuming the ship is still in the system. They may have gone to warp as soon as the spy stepped off the transporter.
Kissing Miles's cheek before the stretcher carrying him was lifted to a helicopter. The gritty, bitter taste of blood was immense. And Miles had been gone. The next time Julian had seen him had been in the morning. where he and Claire had been required to identify the body.
Your intuition served us well, my friend. Scanners are detecting trace singularity distortions from the nearby asteroids. I believe a cloaked Romulan warbird recently entered warp there. If we get a closer scan, I will be able to plot a course based on the warp trail signature.
He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out the photo he had put in there. Julian dreamed that night of the garage. In his dream, he climbed up the ladder to the loft, where dozens of animal skeletons were arranged over the crimson-soaked floor. The stick-figure cardboard cutout of the wimpy kid, still splattered with blood, was smiling at him, winking, pointing toward the broken exercise bike, on which sat a small human skeleton, pedaling slowly. The skeleton was Miles. Awakening to the fading sound of his own scream,
I'm being pursued by annoying Klingon.
Target's shields have failed.
As much as I would love to dance,
Let's see if we can follow the warp trail of the Romulan leader.
He waited a moment.
Scanning. Ah, there it is. Warp trail detected. Sensor analysis indicates that the Romulan is headed for the Forcus system.
Staring at him across the yard. And in an attempt to prove his bravery, Julian opened the curtains all the way and stood directly before the window, staring back himself. He waited there for several minutes, expecting the figure to fade.
Agreed. I believe Lady Sorella's suspicions were correct. The Romulans mean to kill Maven and anyone that gets in their way. Like my father. Both Maven and my father are formidable warriors, but even they can be overwhelmed by numbers and treachery. I must go to Forcus to warn them. Will you join me, my friend?
He was pretty sure that the ghost was stuck in the garage and could not come into the house. The idea gave him comfort. And while it might not signal an end to their problems, it was at least the right direction. Climbing into bed, Julian put his head and pulled the top sheet over himself. He fell asleep.
We have arrived in the Forcus system. The Warbird's warp trail ends here. She's out.
He was awakened in the morning by the sound of
initiating sensor sweep now.
It was loud, close, and then it abruptly shut off. And Julian went into the living room and peeked out the window to see a fire truck parked in the street, halfway in front of his house. In the Ribiero's driveway, next door, was an ambulance.
I've hailed him several times, but he has not answered. Either he is unable to respond, or unwilling to respond. Let us hope he is engaged with the Bat Lieutenant and watching over Maven. We will need to beam down to the surface to know for certain how.
And into the back of the ambulance. He couldn't tell from this angle whether Bob or Elise was on the gurney.
Yes, she is dropping into orbit over Forcus 3 and hailing us. It appears Commander Tarson would like a word.
Julian didn't want to intrude, so he stayed where he was, watching from the sidelines. The surprising thing was that he was the only person
You are becoming an annoyance. You have made yourself a target by defending the House of Martok. By following me here, you've given me no choice but to destroy you.
no interest in what happened on the street. And he remembered how no one had come out to see what was going on when the police arrived to arrest John Lynch. The ambulance left Cyberpunk, which was hopefully a good sign, and the remaining firemen and paramedics put on their helmets and got onto the fire engine. Bob Riviera locked up his house, saw Julian, glared at him, then got into his car and followed the ambulance down the street. What was that? Frowning, Julian walked out to the sidewalk just as the fire engine pulled away. He wanted to ask one of the men what had happened, but he missed the chance by a few seconds and ended up watching the fire truck leave. Once again, he looked around at the neighborhood houses, and this side, across the street, he saw Spencer Aldred standing at his front porch. Finally, someone. Julian waved, walking over. At the sight of him, the old man looked as though he wanted to go back inside his house and hide, but he didn't. He waited, and Julian walked up to the porch, stopping at the bottom step. He gestured toward the Riviera's place. That was Elise, he said. I wonder what happened. Heart attack? Your house, Spencer replied. Julian looked at him and started. Your house happened to her. Julian didn't know how to respond. Spencer sighed. It's not my fault. Might not even be your house, Big Man. This whole street is off. But your house is at the center of it. The Rivieras live right next door. He thought for a moment, as though not sure whether he should say what he wanted to say. You know, the reason some of us, a lot of us, came to your party, your housewarming party, was because we wanted to see the inside of it for ourselves. And when it ended the way it did, just so that both of us realized. So you know something? The old man shook his head. I don't know anything. You weren't surprised, why not? You do know something. Julian moved up a step. What's going on here? What's wrong with our house? Spencer reached the door. I don't know, and I don't want to know. 40 years I lived here, minding my own business. That's the only way to survive. Don't get involved. He pulled open the screen door.
Howdy, people.
Howdy, Jimbo. How you? What you doing, Jimbo?
I'm a. Answer.
Oh, not much. I'm just on Star Trek right now.
Julian turned around. From this vantage point, there's nothing wrong.
Nothing lately. I don't have the duty officers. I got duty officers, but not what we need.
A duty? Well, go take a duty.
All right.
Yeah.
She was used to feeling tense and stressed as she emerged from sleep. And this was such a pleasant change that she lay there for a few extra moments, staring.
Oh yeah, just let y'all know, if my mic starts acting weird, let me know, because for some reason, every now and then, my mic starts crackling.
Oh joy.
Found it. Since you got the heating and power, so I swapped to cryo and yeah. Oh yeah. Hey. For A. Well, I haven't messed with her in so long. Why? Okay, you said energy. We charge. I got 213.1. Nice. Well, my okay. Okay, what? How low is your quit weight? Minus 27.9, and quit damage is like 123.1. Well, I do have. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Well, you think not festival. Sucrose would be a good support for. No. She gives she gives element Mr. Mastery to her teammates. Problem with element Mr. Mastery she has. Oh. But it's either elemental mastery or elemental recharge. It's been a while since I read her kit. Hey, what y'all think the next anniversary character is gonna be? They released Aloy was, yes. But people are already speculating what will be the next crossover character for the anniversary. All right, so yes, thank. It has to be from a video game on PlayStation.
He cloaked. Scan for energy traces so we can follow him.
Have you found the last clue yet? I know, I'm taking all your Christmas lines.
So nice.
The shield flag. So now you can upgrade. If you have 8 of those crystals. Well, there's one, alright, well, I'll be right back. I gotta go fix my dad something to eat, so I'll be back.
Begging her to take it with her. Ordinarily, she would be taking great delight in his suffering and would be milking it for all it was worth, making him dance through hoops before finally telling him that he could not comfort her. But she had more important things on her mind this morning and ignored him completely, pretending he wasn't there. Her grandma offered Zoe some orange juice, but Megan said they had to get going, and after promising to be careful and to be back for lunch, she and Zoe finally made it out the door. It was a long way to the house. And though to do so was unsafe and wobbly, the two of them rode together on Zoe's bike, which luckily had a retro banana seat that could accommodate...
You cannot stop me already. The Klingon Empire will fall.
Tarson may have beamed himself and his agents to the surface.
Oh boy.
He also has Klingon traitors aiding his cause. We have more work to do, my friend. Let us beam down and attempt to contact Maven and my father before things get worse. Any Romulans here will be well hidden, but their Klingon allies will be able to move freely. Even so, someone might have noticed some unusual behavior. Let's start in the bar. Tongues loosened by blood wine may reveal clues we'd otherwise miss.
Did you see Chimpak when he was young and still fighting in the tournaments? Oh, now that was something to behold. He was masterful and fluent, not like the young Targs here these days. I'm surprised that some of them can hold on to their batlets for the entire match. Huh? Wonderful! Another stout warrior eager to hear a story of my glory days in battle. Pull up a chair and I'll allow you the honor of bowing me to Loveline.
But she couldn't help that Zoe felt something too. She'd been hoping everything would be back to
Why the hell are you spilling apples?
Looks like a real contender for champion standing. I'll bet you a barrel of blood wine that he wins without taking a single
come get. Hey, come get these come get these this one crystal thing so you can get rid of the purple gunk. Well, there's two over here by me.
General Chang fought Dahar Master Core, both in their prime fighting condition. Who do you think would take champion stand?
Trouble from coming up, especially when no one was home. That didn't matter. She was worried for her dad, and she immediately sent Zoe outside while she wrote her dad a quick note, using the pen at the back of the hand. She found the pile of mail on the table.
And what do you think of the new rule restricting botnet links to between 110 and 120 centimeters?
We can't stay. It's dangerous. Please.
Do you really think a Romulan would be foolish enough to beam down to an arena filled with hundreds of Klingon warriors? Besides, ever since that one tournament where the champion of the House of Mokai used a transporter to steal his opponent's bat'leth in the middle of a fight, there are transport inhibitors in place. The only places they can operate are the transport pads and cargo storage. The enemy is devious, moving in disguise. Tactics worthy of House Mokai, but not a true Klingon warrior. If they're posing as cargo haulers, they will have access to the locker rooms where competitors store their gear. They need only wait there for Maven between rounds and strike when he least expects it. Hearing the chanting and sounds of battles reminds me of the first time I celebrated the Côte Baval festival. That was the first time I remember understanding what it means to be a Klingon warrior.
Evan.
Look now. Speak quickly. I have a tournament to
come
run.
down here where I'm at.
Fools. Access is limited to maintenance.
Yeah, and if you look where I'm looking, you're gonna look so dumb.
I am, and you will explain your impudence before I show you why I am in charge. The hard way.
You know the one.
There is another way.
All right,
is it still possible to enter the tournament?
There's one at the very top. Up there, we had to teleport back up to get that one.
Exhibition match. One of the fighters put enough blood wine in his gut to drop the Gong King and had to withdraw. If you wish to take his place,
well, I actually can't help you lock the statue thing.
Then combat you shall have. No firearms are allowed. You must use a melee weapon. A bat'leth is preferred, but this is an exhibition, so you may use an unconventional melee weapon if you wish. Even one of those Vulcan lurpas they wave at each other in mating disputes. Ha!
I'm letting you now. Whenever you get PS5, you know you can actually you know if I put start a share screen, you can actually put it on the side of your screen.
The exhibition. Our next match will begin shortly. Ha! You fight well. Work on your form, and you might qualify for next year's tournament. You may use the locker rooms to clean up. Go.
Should you have the courage, I will allow you the honor of buying me a blood wine later. Perhaps
oh yeah,
we'll see if you drink as well as you fight.
Jimbo got a PS5.
I
Alright,
said that
well,
I would
I'm
tell
gonna show you how to do the start the screen share well. You can still watch me play and you still playing your game. Okay, when you go, okay, I just started. You go to the party, or just hit the PS button. It should show you
competitors.
My screen. And you can put it if you do picture, you can have a small picture of me, and you can see what I'm doing while you're still playing.
Nice. So pin to the side, huh?
Yeah.
29. Julian met Claire for lunch again.
Yeah.
The insect buzzes still. I think it is time I stifled it permanently. Last chance, dog fly. Leave on your own 2 feet.
I just showed Jimbo how to do the share screen on PS5. Damn it! Evan, I kinda need help.
Preparing to strike.
He should have been falling over himself.
Damn! I didn't do nothing to this water for 3. It just popped up out of nowhere.
That good, huh? Yeah, Jim always watches my screen, so I might die here, Jim. Yeah, I had a swap. Because I found your crystal, damn it! No!
Thor, I need reinforcements.
Back here.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of this, Alexander?
You need it if you want to get rid of Upper Gun.
And yet I find you here, surrounded by Romulans with the grandson of Martok dead at your feet. Explain yourself.
Hi.
Lady Sorella feared that you alone would not be able to keep her grandson safe. We followed these Romulans here and would have stopped them had these halls not been filled with Klingon traitors. And where were you when these assassins struck?
I see you have been listening to my son's conspiracy theories again. He talks of peace and uniting the houses. Yet,
hey, Mustafa, are you going to win the United States championship from Austin Theory Hell in a Cell?
While you were here at the tournament, assassins
moved against Lady Sorella at her own estate.
They said they Austin Theory fighting a guy named Mustafa Ali, and that's you.
Dead as well. At every step, we have encountered Klingons hiding in the shadows with blades at our backs.
Yeah. You just now.
I have not seen this evidence, but I believe what
Yeah,
you said.
I held the sale. It was announced now when I was.
That does not mean we can act rashly. If there were Klingons aiding these agents, then we are still in danger.
Since you and that wrestler have the same name, I was going to aggravate you about it. So, are you going to win the United States Championship?
And it is not just a theory. How high does the corruption go?
By the youngest United States champion in WWE history.
I must also see that security remains a priority. To start, I am sending you a recruit from
Austin
our house,
Theory is a cruiserweight.
Valera. She's been personally trained by
The
me.
dude only weighs
and will aid
105.
your crew as we fight against the House of Torg.
When he came out of the ring, they said, weighing in 105 pounds, Austin Theory.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
They wouldn't say that if it wasn't true.
At least, before we send them to Greffin on the frozen tundra.
That is one thing. I know WWE is fake, but they won't lie about their weight.
My friend, will you see this through to the end? Help me serve House
don't
Torg,
think they do.
a dish colder than the gulag they used to command.
But that hardly seemed like it. What seems most probably was that the rest of his neighbors had been frightened and had all decided to lose their voice. Julian drove slowly, looking to see whether anyone was home. A lot of people weren't. The Aldrin's car was still in the driveway.
The idea that one of the great houses is conspiring with Romulans to attack House Martok is troublesome.
Jim, but yeah, and if you do the same thing, I can actually watch your screen while you watching my screen.
And Chemtar to determine our plan of attack.
You lovely.
Serve the Empire well.
He stepped off his neighbor's porch.
I can't wait until you and Adam finally gets one, because we can do share screens. If we stuck on Genshin or something, we can just do a share screen. But you can only have one screen up at a time, though. But besides that, if we stuck on something, we can help each other out. But you be able to see outside your screen in picture in picture.
You're jumping down a hole, huh?
Hey, Jimbo, are you watching my screen? Look, that's a long way down, ain't it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Well, I live. I jumped off and I landed in water. Well, I did jump, but you can ask Jimbo, he told me.
Yeah.
Well, I did jump.
Well, that's a long time, you know that.
Wait. Those mushrooms I've been picking up are actually healing food? Well, damn.
Good question for you, Hank. What is that ring around your character?
That's the buff that this character does.
Okay.
It gives me a lightning buff.
Nice.
You see my attack? You see those lightning slashes?
Yeah.
That's what the wing does.
Oh, nice.
Booby sword. She. Well, she does pull out her sword from her boobs. Well, it technically is hers now, but it actually belonged to her deceased sister.
Yeah.
Jumbo, have you ever played Horizon?
Yeah, I got that one. I just haven't beat it yet.
Well, here's the character I'm using. I'm using Aloy.
Yeah, I know you've mentioned her before.
Yeah. 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 I gotta get the bow that Tectone is using for. It's the one that. Yeah, he got the new one on Aloy, and she's hitting for almost 100k damage on cryo.
Sweet.
Yeah. I don't know if I should go for the new 5-star bow or the new 5-star character. Well, she will have a rerun in the future, so probably the bow.
Well, hello there. Yeah, my stinky little friend's staring at me right now. Friendly neighbor, my friendly neighborhood skunk.
Oh yeah. I haven't told y'all, but me and my mom rescued a dog that was being cruelty to. Yeah. But the dog was being abused with a cow blending on. I don't know, but he got markings on well his thigh on both sides, like a bunch of lines and stuff, and then on his other leg it got the word HI on it. And we was gonna find a home for him, but by him being a pit bull, he is super friendly. When he started showing up and hanging around my house, he didn't hardly. I don't know why someone would do that to such a nice dog that wouldn't even hurt a fly. This is what the animal control told us. They said, well, if we take it, we had to put him down because he's a pit bull. And so my mom said, no, we just keep him. Yeah. Well, with honor. You know, they even came and seen him in person. They know how nice he was, but they said, but that's the law. Pit bulls, if they can't find them a home within a couple of days, they got no choice but to put them down. And my mom didn't want to take that risk, so we actually kept them. And that animal control place said, well, since y'all are gonna adopt them, we will pay for like getting him spayed and neutered and all his shots. You don't have to pay nothing. And they said, and they asked us, y'all got a name for him? Well, we didn't at the first. We couldn't think of one right off, but I kept saying Buddy, and he kept wagging his tail, and the dog animal control guy was noticing that every time I kept saying Buddy. And then and I looked at her, I was like, you want to be called Buddy? And he started wagging his tail again. And I said, well, I guess we can call him Buddy then. They found they found his former owner, and here in Georgia now, there was a law passed starting at the beginning of February. Any cruelty to animals, you will be charged like how if you did that to a human. Yeah. So, in other words, when he have his court date, y'all know what's going to happen to him if he's going to be charged if you would have did that to an actual human. Because my town and the governor didn't like how animals was mistreated, So and he sent a appeal to Washington D.C. when Trump was president. And in the state of Georgia, dogs are considered as it's considered as have rights. Just like a normal human. If you mistreat them, you will get charged like a mistreating a human.
Mavin, the heir of House Martok, will be diminished without him.
So
he died
I started
as a
up
warrior
share screen for you,
and
Hank.
soon he will join his honored ancestors in the halls of Stovokor.
Alright. Nice. I say you are a Klingon.
By returning the body of Mavin to his home. My grandson was very traditional. In his honor, we shall perform an akfo. Together, we will follow our ancient traditions by watching over Mavin
Adam in heaven. So you know what that means. He probably going to be gone a long time.
I would be honored if you joined us.
The animal control guy showed up the day and was said in the court
before the night.
He got charged with human endangerment,
cruelty,
4 counts of animal cruelty.
Welcome home.
4 counts of harming a human being.
The spirit soars on honor's wings. You found your way.
But the dog only being 6 years old and human life, they consider the dog as a minor.
In the
so he even got.
It's important that we remember.
So he got cruelty to children.
We have kept away the predators that would take Mavin's body before his spirit was ready to leave for Stovokor. Now he may seek the fellowship of Martok and continue the warrior's
journey. Evan, you want to play with some Warfies from Inazuma?
Pardon my interruption, Gintok. We have an urgent security matter. House of Torg warriors was seen gathering in the first city. We have word that they are planning an assault, and will be here any moment.
Send an alert to everyone on the estate. I will see to Lady Sorella. Prepare your men. We will not let these dogs catch us by surprise. Here they come. Show them no mercy.
Defend Lady Sorella! House Torg will end you Martok fool! And your pathetic house! You desecrated the Akfo, and for that, you will die!
Not bury for breath or leave soon. You shall be honest, you worthless brute.
Torg sent his lackeys to attack us during a sacred ritual. He is truly a dishonorable Takek, and I will have my vengeance. Worf, Kemtar, honored allies of House Martok, hear me now. Lead our warriors against the House of Torg and bring an end to their treachery once and for all.
After everything you have done on behalf of the House of Martok, I ask that you see this campaign to its conclusion. The House of Torg must not be allowed to survive this day. The House of Torg's main base is located in the Gorath system. I will prepare our fleet, and we will attack while we have the advantage. Take Alexander with you, and he will ensure your ship is recognized as an ally by our fleet. Torg will soon discover that the House of Martok is stronger than he was led to believe. Make contact with the fleet when you enter the Gorath system to receive further instructions.
We've arrived in the Gorath system. Our transponder signal has been linked to the Martok fleet commander, and we're receiving battle instructions. The IKS Mooj will follow us. Our task is to destroy hard assets that Torg could use to mount a counterattack.
To battle!
There is one of the fleet. Target before it can escape.
Have failed.
There is one of the fleet. Target Torg and with these assets destroyed, House Torg will be unable to resupply their forces. Their ability to fight will be greatly limited. Now, Torg must be brought before the Council so that we may reveal the depths of his house's treachery.
Somebody talking about you? Oh, lovely.
At last, the stronghold of House Torg. This will be over soon. Torg is here, trapped like a Hadibach. That will make him dangerous, but not invincible. Coward that he is, Torg will put all of his warriors in our path, including his son, Sagen. Perhaps we will have vengeance for Maven sooner than we expected.
Yeah.
Sagen's quarters are up ahead. Despite being an idiot and a follower, he is the heir of House Torg. He will have supported his father in all things, even treason. Even the killing of Maven. For that, he must pay. Honor demands it.
Oh joy.
Torg severed Martok's bloodline when he killed Maven. Now, with the death of Sagen, we have our revenge! As it has always been, my friend. As it always will be. For we are Klingon! We must seek any further evidence of Torg's treason. We can use what we find when we bring him before the Council.
Oh, goody.
Idiots! You told us this place was secure!
Interesting. Excuse me, guys. This is lovely.
You dare to interrupt my drinking? You Martok fools must really want to die.
Alrighty. Oh, that was quick.
I told you. Now I gotta get on back on Gin.
Those shipping containers in the back court are not of Klingon design. These are Romulan shipping containers, but they're filled with Klingon weapons and technology. These crates are similar to those we found in the Vor system. According to the shipping manifests, they're scheduled to be transferred to a freighter with a destination somewhere within Romulan space. This evidence connects Torg directly to the information we received from the Romulan Republic captain. Torg is selling weapons and secrets to the Tal Shiar, and in exchange, they provide him with deniable assets, ships and assassins to remove his competitors.
Screen back up here. Watch it again.
Alrighty. You are.
You fight well, but you will go no further, assassins!
Well, why not, you party people?
We must get those doors open!
Sorry about that. I was just letting me know. Oh, you restarted it.
That is far enough, you filthy piece of bastard! Did you think that you could walk into my home, kill my son, and live to tell about it?
Yes.
I will personally drag you, every other misbegotten member of your house, to the frozen court of Druratin Gate, where you will all die without honor!
Your corruption is poison. You talk of honor, but have none of your own. You see power get traded to our enemies for personal gain. You rule a great house, yet have no understanding of what makes our people great.
Don't talk to me of our people, Alexander, son of Worf. It is because of half-breeds like you that our people have grown weak. The fact that Martok accepted you to his family is reason enough for you to destroy his house. You have no idea what the future holds for our people. If you knew what the Romulans have told me, you would beg to join us.
Whatever the future may bring to the Empire, you will not be a part of it, Torg. I will see to that. Perhaps, in the future, there will be peace between our houses, but...
I was attacking the water maze.
Insult me with talk of peace as you stand there with the blood of my son on your hands. There will be no peace between us, Mongrel. I will not rest until every man, woman, and child of House Martok are among the honorless dead, bound for Gwethor. Take care of these assassins, and bring me Alexander. I want to teach him a lesson.
You do.
Howard, he used his transport.
Enjoy. Okay.
He has escaped for now, but when we are finished, we will make sure that he has nowhere to run. There will be no safe haven in the entire Empire for Torg.
Yeah.
We must take the evidence we've collected to Kronos and present it to the High Council. Once Chancellor Jempok knows of Torg's treason, there will be justice at last. Perhaps they will put Torg into my old cell on Rurapente.
Yeah, why?
It is more than he deserves, but it would be poetic. Incoming hail. It is my father.
The remainder of our fleet is assembled in the system.
Yeah, the guy I knocked around at the tower. Oh, I gotta go chase him down.
Look, Evan and the Lord of the Wing.
Lord of the Wigglies, huh? That's a new one.
doesn't feel what your former arch enemy are now friends.
Interesting. I know it already.
There's no slime!
Reading a few ships on attack vectors, all with House Torg registries. Someone doesn't want us to present our evidence to the High Council. It does not matter. I did not come this far to fall in battle to the lackeys of Torg.
Good.
My father has contacted Chancellor Jump
I still got
and explained the situation. He is waiting for us in the Great Hall. The Chancellor and the High Command are waiting for us as well.
For him,
there, my father will formally accuse Torg of treason.
But I didn't know he was
going to be present as well. That should make things interesting.
Yep.
But it's gonna be a Claymore. But his kid kept freezing.
Although you're gonna laugh at me. Okay, good.
It is time. We must confront Torg. Tell me when you are ready.
Yeah, that's a bad idea, but you're gonna do it anyway.
What?
Presenting my evidence to the council that Torg is a traitor.
Ambassador Worf and Kimtar. An interesting band of warriors, to be sure. The time has come. We are ready to hear your claim. Are you prepared to show evidence to support it? Worf, son of Moog, you have called this council on a very serious matter. Speak.
The House of Martok will show evidence that Torg, son of Cormog, has committed acts of treason.
I will not stand by and let the House of Martok spread more lies and deceit to this council.
This brave warrior, together with my son Alexander, uncovered a plot by the House of Torg to transfer weapons and classified technology to our enemies in the Romulan Star Empire. We have presented to the Chancellor's aides physical evidence and computer logs that will trace stolen weapons from the exchange through the House of Torg to agents within the Tal Shiar.
This dishonorable Bartok would say anything to hide the weakness and decay in his own house.
The evidence is clear, Torg. It is the finding of this council that you have lost all sight of honor and are guilty of treason. The accusation stands. The judgment is discommentation. From this point forward, the House of Torg will be no more.
You have killed my son. You have stripped my House of Honor. I will burn it.
I didn't search your House of Honor. You did that through your actions.
But not before I kill you.
Father, look out!
Alexander!
He killed these sons.
Kill these all!
You don't have a sword?
Yeah, I do. Well, it's called a bat lift, but yeah.
It seems I am not the warrior I should have been, Father.
You were warrior enough to save me. All that matters now is that you are my son.
And for that, I am proud.
Save your strength, son. Help is coming.
They will be too late. Today is a good day to die.
It will be a good death. You are a warrior. This tragedy will not be forgotten. I want to thank you for rescuing my son from Rurapente and allowing him to die with honor. You have done much for the House of Martok, but we have also lost much. Perhaps, but the pain will remain. Alexander never realized that he truly was Kimtar, both then and now. We must remember to stay true to our beliefs. Only then can we live and die with honor. Until we meet again,
Hey,
warrior.
Evan, sorry, I'm not. I'm actually watching Jumbo's.
We will make sure the House of Torg is properly punished for their cowardly actions. Torg has been on the council for many years, and I thought I knew his heart. I was wrong. I had no part in or knowledge of his acts against the House of Martok. For that, he will pay dearly.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander.
So now you gotta attack towards house now.
Oh, I already did that.
And invaluable to the Klingon Empire. Report to the ship.
I won't be seeing Tor again for quite some time.
Your contributions to the Empire.
So he didn't actually.
No, he's not dead yet. He's still alive. He's in hiding.
Yeah. Okay. He killed the that was Prime son. So yeah, he better not come back.
Honor and glory.
He winds up dying eventually. Just not anytime soon.
Starfleet has sent a task force to take it back. Our forces may not be enough to repel their counterattack. Alhena is an important system. I will not see it fall back into Federation hands. Join me there, and we will teach Starfleet what happens when you defy the Klingon Empire. Everything we do is for the Empire.
Klingon Empire. Hey, y'all gonna try to get the game called Multiverses and
Multiverses what now?
It's called Multiverses.
Multiverses, huh? Interesting.
It's like it's kind of like Smash Bros, but it's a tag team. Well, you can use like different Cartoon Network characters and stuff. I saw trailers of it. It looks fun to play it with friends. It got Superman, Batman, Harley Quinn. It got Shaggy in there transforming like a fucking Super Saiyan.
Interesting.
It got Velma and her special movie is calling the police, and then a cop car shows up and run you over.
Interesting.
It got Bugs Bunny, the Iron Giant,
Oh, that ought to
Ben
be
and
fun.
Jake. Ben 10. So I don't know how fun is going to be, but when it comes out, I might try it out. I ain't saying that y'all have to try it out, but I know I am. So, how fun it's gonna be. If it ain't too much fun, I would just I always give a game a try, if you know what I mean. But I'll be what, man?
There is an incoming hail from the station's commander.
Good. More warriors to join the battle against these Starfleet thieves. This was Imperial space for centuries, until the Khitomer Accords gave it to the Federation. A mistake we have corrected, as you can see. Bah! Let them whine like newborn targs. I have but one answer for them. Glorious battle! Join the fight, and we can litter the stars with the wreckage of their ships!
Good. They are disabled and at our mercy. Now is the time to strike. Let us board the vessel and seize anything useful while we can. I hope you are ready for a fight. Despite what you may have heard, most Starfleet are not cowardly weaklings. They will defend their vessel like warriors born.
Intruder alert! Security to the bridge!
Alrighty.
See what the humans do while I search their computer for intel.
Oh boy.
If you're going to kill me, get it over with. If you're waiting for me to beg for my life, not going to happen.
What's the Klingon saying? Better to die on our feet than live on our knees. That works for us too, you know.
He's stalling, buying time for his security teams to storm the bridge. The turbo lifts approach as we speak. Guard the entrances while I extract intelligence data from their computers. My invasion of their computer systems has been very successful. I have found security command codes and transponder IDs for the Sol system. Indeed, we can do glorious deeds with this information. Deeds worthy of song and memory. Come, let us return to the ship. There is no glory to be found in a Starfleet brig. The Starfleet vessel is too heavily damaged to be of any more use to the Empire. Your orders? Do you wish to scuttle it, or leave its warriors? Opportunities like this do not present themselves often. I suggest we contact the High Council and discuss the best course of action. Very well. I have Chancellor Jempak standing by.
You have done well today, warriors. Such boldness should be rewarded. Though an assault on Earth would be glorious, I believe there is a greater chance for success in attacking a critical Federation war asset, the Utopia Planitia shipyards.
I want you to do some... Okay, fine. 99.
Utopia Planitia is Starfleet's main ship repair and construction facility. Any lasting damage there could hinder the Federation war effort greatly. Yes, that will be your target. It is only fitting that you will find glory at a planet named for a god of war. You must act quickly. It will not be long before Starfleet learns of your success and what you have taken from them. If there are warriors eager to seek glory with you there, lead them to Mars for the Empire. Fight well. Fight with honor. Kapla!
We should approach the starbase. Some of the warriors there may wish to join us in battle once more.
Sorry about that. I was cooking my dad dinner.
It is an honor to heed your call to battle. We answer it gladly. Soon, Starfleet will pay the price for defying the immortal Empire.
What been going on?
It will be glorious!
My mom is actually
blowing up the house.
All ships have reported in. They are ready for combat. We leave for battle at your command.
A divorce here. Well, in 30 days, my dad and my mom. But the person that my mom's married is an asshole.
Deep in
And
the Federation
like I
space
told her,
has not happened in many years.
I'm almost 32. I don't have to call.
Our names will be remembered for
Dad.
eternity.
I've been calling
Hamidun,
Bartos and Steve dad ever since I was 13 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my mom don't hardly stuff.
There it is. Mars.
So
a harsh, scarred world. The humans named it well. We won't have time to destroy the main shipyard, but we can do considerable damage to their repair facilities.
Well,
agreed. Fortunately for us, the entire Third Fleet is not present. That is a battle only a fool
during the
would
day
seek.
and
It would be glorious
of the night
for Starfleet. No, the token force in the system will fight well, but we have the element of surprise, and we are Klingons. Victory will be ours. We will also need to disable local communications. I can use the command codes we seized in battle to achieve this, but we must do it quickly. Wait too long, and every Starfleet ship in the quadrant will be summoned to aid their comrades.
Don't mind me. I'm just sitting here, bits of eating dinner.
Oh, nice.
If I've learned one thing, it is this. Never underestimate the Starfleet Corps of Engineers. Managed to get a distress signal out. Somehow.
Well, you want to attempt
Needless to say, every ship in the sector is coming here at maximum warp. It is time to go. Let's regroup back in Klingon space and leave Starfleet to their ugly little red planet.
Watch out for Steve's tail.
We are receiving communications that the Third Fleet arrived shortly after we warped out. Some of our ships did not escape, and warriors have been captured. Even now, the Federation is denying them a glorious death in battle. This cannot stand. Starfleet has been disrupted.
Let him on that gun,
in the Sol system.
or he gonna get
They will not consider that
immune to all elemental damage.
A host of bold warriors could stage a jailbreak. Indeed.
destroyed
Federation
this
holding
one guy. I
facility
can't
is in the
actually get
Gamma
my lamp.
Volcana system. If we move quickly, we can liberate our captured allies and spare them eternity in the halls of Grethor. As I suspected, Starfleet is still in disarray from our attack on Mars. The advantage is ours. We must swiftly disable the security measures around the station so we can beam aboard and stage the jailbreak. The facility is sending a distress signal. I'm trying to jam it. Keep working. More Starfleet ships. Eliminate them. Success! Our efforts have cleared a small sensor hole in the station's defenses. We can exploit this weakness and beam into the facility. My readings indicate we won't be far from the security area where our allies are being held. Ready to transport. On your signal.
Several Klingon life signs. The warriors are being held in cells nearby.
Intruder alert! All personnel to security stations.
Oh, I don't want that.
Controls are locked. There are secondary consoles at either side of this cell block. We can use them to...
Come out, Starfleet! Come and see how a true warrior fights!
I will not die caged like a honeypot.
Engineers will be the
I
death.
will die a warrior's
Attention
death.
our actions and created a scattering field to stop us from beaming out the cargo. Done. The field is down, and the path to the cargo transporter is clear. Miserable Starfleet Takek! The Starfleet Kotal is devious, more than Feklar himself. But he will not win this time. If I narrow the annular confinement beam... Yes! We can, but only one person at a time.
Security teams to the transporter room.
First warrior is away. Second warrior transported. third warrior away. Halfway there. Only one more! All warriors have been evacuated! Prisoners have been evacuated.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
More enemy ships have arrived, led by the USS Challenger. This may be a battle we cannot win, my friend.
This is Captain LaForge of the USS Challenger. We'll be making our stand here, and we will hold the line. All ships, this is LaForge. Fire at will.
Course laid in.
Word of our success is spreading throughout the Empire and the Federation. We have inspired our fellow warriors and given pause for thought to our enemy. It was a good day, my friend. A glorious day. You have proven yourself to be a warrior of singular quality. Know that I may call on you again when the Empire has need of such a warrior. Until that day, fight well and with honor. Gopla!
Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander.
One of the vessels that took part in the raid on Utopia Planitia has gone missing in the Orith system, in Romulan space. We received a brief burst from the ship's emergency transponder, but then it went silent. If this was a Romulan attack, we may have a new enemy to face in this war. Command has ordered us to go to the last known location of the ship. Once there, we are to find the missing vessel and recover the critical data, if possible.
Everything we do is for the Empire.
Hi, Evan. This kind of a spoiler area, but I'm in a area where the city is upside down.
Interesting.
See, Jimbo.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going this way because my quest marker is taking me this way. One of them is the waypoint. I haven't got I want to grab this crystal while I'm here. Might as well more upgrades. Ain't friendly. Well, don't mind me. I just need to get past you. Oh God. Alrighty then. Okay, well. I can't believe I don't have that other waypoint. Oh. I guess I don't. Now if I get the time, I'm gonna have to get there. Is this the artifact domain? And what's down here? Oh, a shortcut into the chasm.
Back up again.
Huh?
Looks like I'm back up again.
Probably.
It's not happening. You got it through.
I think he's AFK.
No, I just muted my mic for a minute, so I was talking to Tammy. Now, what can I do you for? Yeah. Yep. She can't sleep, so. Also, it's lying in bed if you can't sleep. And just decided to be mean and wake up Tammy.
Then tell me to go away.
Yeah, then tell her to go away.
Right, Mom?
Okie dokie. Instant, I'm guessing?
Huh?
Oh. Percolator?
Hmm?
Curator?
Hey, how much longer until your
return.
update? Good, good. Thank you. It's really too bad that I can't actually help you with the lighting up stuff. Was that I think that's kind of bull crap. Alright, so since now I have that, now I can do this part of the quest. Yeah, yeah. I had enough of those crystals to level it up a few times. I think mine is a level 4 now. Because that is me, and I can't fix that. I got 6 bars of the light now. No. He is AFK because I am watching his screen. and he's not flying.
Alright, time's back.
Because you're not having fun.
Hey, Jimbo, at least I know when you go AFK when you screen sharing on the PS5.
You do you?
Yeah, good. You stay on one screen and not moving.
Ah. Oh, I thought I said I'd be back. Oops. Now, as Missy's still awake, or did she go to bed? Ah. And she's been asleep for a while. So how did she handle her day?
We have arrived in the Orith system. A bird of prey may be in orbit, obscured by the planet itself. It may have crashed on the planet or been destroyed here in space. It is time to
Okay,
begin
he
the
guesses.
hunt.
Shouldn't really talk
Ready
about
to
it much.
begin a sensor sweep on your command.
You know you guys left your fan here, right?
There's too much.
I'm winging. I just winged some kind of bell.
So I'm guessing
What
your
is it?
mom's gone to bed a long time ago. Yeah. Oh, she's still up. Oh, she works nights, does she? Oh, that poor woman.
Well, Evan, what is it? Dark Souls? I just won a damn bell.
We now have a detailed scan of the Ion Nebula. There is a cluster of debris behind the larger asteroid.
No,
metallic content is
the
consistent
fourth
with
star
the
is
ship.
going to be with the next panel. I see a glowing light.
I suspect that pirates have been ambushing ships in this system with traps like this for some time now. Crude, but effective. Many a freighter captain came through here trying to avoid inspections, only to meet a cold and brutal end. Sensors are picking up Romulan and Nausicaan alloy within the debris field, but nothing from a Klingon vessel. I'm reading an interesting radiation anomaly nearby. I think we should investigate it.
This is pirate space, and we answer to no one. Leave us.
Nausicaan pirates. They must see the Romulans as easy targets. It is possible they attacked our missing vessel as well, despite the alliance between the Nausicans and the Empire. Indeed. They should have known better than to challenge a Klingon. Wait. Reading an energy signature on the surface of Orith 2. It corresponds to that of a warp core. Indeed. And of the size and class used in a bird of prey. We need to get down there and investigate. There could be survivors. Standard orbit established. We are in transporter range. A way team is standing by
Jimbo,
in transporter room 1.
Yeah. I figured that was going to happen. I got DC'd. Nope. Hopefully some millennium.
Detecting bands of Vistrium in the rock formations here. It scatters transporter signals, so this is as close as we can get to the bird of prey safely. We should make our way to high ground and get an overview of the area. Then we can plan how to proceed to the crash site. What's this? My tricorder's range has been reduced by more than 60%. The Vistrium and trace amounts of Kelvinite could account for some of them, but no, there's something else. I think we're dealing with a jammer of some sort. Run a scan and confirm my readings. There. Do you see it? Exactly. And naturally occurring duonetic fields would not be so constant in effect. This field is artificially generated. I'm sure of it. Be advised. That field will make using transporters difficult. I believe our weapons will still work, however. As I suspected, that field is making it difficult to maintain a sensor lock. It won't be safe to beam out of here without using a pattern enhancer. Picking up to the south. The jungle is dense. Many life signs. Exercise caution. Dangers are hidden here.
I really think so.
We are not alone. The rocks here form natural valleys and causeways. If we head to the low ground and follow the valleys, we should be able to reach the crash site.
I told you, you probably would enjoy it.
Defeating the beast that killed this soldier would be a feat worthy of song.
Zhao is already up as a we run.
The crash site, it's just up ahead.
People are speculating it's going to be the owning, the Geo owning we won. Well, even though she is his second in command.
There it is, the bird of prey. Recommend we run a baseline scan before we proceed. I do not like surprises. There have been too many of them here already.
Yeah.
Those might be life signs.
Yeah.
The radiation from the ship's reactor is fouling up my tricorder. We can't rely on our instruments here. Visual recon is our next option.
Kavan, I am Tang, captain of what remains of this honored vessel. We were returning from a recon mission and encountered Nausicaan pirates.
Yeah, I'm in the chasm trying to. I'm trying to figure out this puzzle because I gotta ring a second bell.
They are good at that. They jammed our transmissions and began to hunt us like animals. Shortly after, we crashed. I do not know.
Oh, okay, so you here is to the light sealies.
A Romulan. Not terribly unexpected, considering where we are. I do wonder why a Romulan is in the company of Klingon warriors. Keep him close for now. We can interrogate him later.
So we
don't have to worry about the Hirogen putting their blades in our backs. I'm detecting level 3 radiation burns and severe heat damage. This warrior must have been very close to a power conduit when it exploded. This warrior survived the crash. A very sharp blade killed them, expertly wielded. By tracing the blood trail back to its source, I found a second drag path and 2 sets of footprints. I believe this warrior died trying to defend someone else. Someone who was then taken. I'm detecting electrical burns and plasma damage, along with pieces of shrapnel that could have come from an exploding console. This warrior died with honor. There's nothing that indicates they left their post. This warrior was killed by blunt force trauma. The wounds could have been caused by the force of the crash. If the ship's inertial dampers were offline before the ship hit the atmosphere, it is likely that many of the crew were killed this way.
I do.
This warrior had many internal injuries. Injuries that should have been immediately fatal. And yet, they survived for some time. And look, their disruptor was drained of power. Every shot was fired. They died in battle. That's all of them. Let's go talk to Captain Kitang.
Where is the enemy? I will die as a warrior. Do not let me die like this. My strength returns. I will live to fight for the Empire. Do you hear, Hirogen cowards? Kitang, son of Karok, lives on. Meet me in battle, if you have the spine for it. It is quite a prize indeed. Complete scans of the Romulan defenses, and the plans for a new type of warbird. Unfortunately, that green-blooded Petach over there detected us. Clever bastard was following in our warp trail as we left the Ratar system. Clever.
Oh,
clever enough. We detected him and disabled his shuttle. Oh, I've considered it.
I'm actually I think I'm at level 4. I got 6 life.
A word with him, so we threw him in the brig. Fortunately, barely. You should be able to extract what you need from them, but I would hurry before the power runs out.
I am getting power readings from within the ship, but they are at minimal levels. If we can find a working terminal, We can use it to access the ship's data core. I have the data. It's encrypted.
I did it.
There will be
I won
time
2
to deal
bells.
with that later. For now,
okay. You know what happened when you win 2 bells in Dark Souls?
Kapla! I'm ready to leave this wretched planet. Lead the way. I'll follow you back.
Well, I was actually taking my time. You guys, since 2.7 got delayed a bit, I actually took my time with it. Approach the dark fog. So I gotta go. I gotta go back up here and go back through the dark fog. Yeah, I gotta go through the dark fog. I will come back and get it.
Captain Katang must have had a bomb rigged to the warp core. He knew the Hirogen would return. Reading Klingon life signs up ahead. More survivors from the crash, most likely. These Hirogen have no honor. If they did, they wouldn't keep warriors caged like animals. Let us free these warriors and send them to the pattern enhancer for evacuation. Once that is done, we can return there ourselves.
Where are the Hirogen? I will make them pay for this!
So
evacuate! As you wish. Should I see a Hirogen? I may be delayed.
Honor to you and your house, warrior. You have my thanks.
I will not die in a cage, but as a warrior of the Empire. Kapla!
Where are the Hirogen? I will make them pay for this!
There's that Romulan again! Quick, grab him!
I didn't know,
I submit to your will. Among my people, that would make you bound to protect me as you would an honored guest. So guard me now, if you are truly honorable. A large force of Hirogen are coming this way. I won't survive without your assistance.
I gotta take the wind current up to get it.
It's not clear what he knows about Katang's mission, but we do know that he wanted us to capture him.
You won't regret this. If I ever return to my home, I will tell my people that there is at least one officer of the Empire who truly knows the meaning of the word honor. Lead the way.
Almost,
I will follow willingly.
Now I can go back up there. And the gate is calm.
The Hirogen won't give up the hunt easily. In that, they are almost Klingon. Stay on guard.
There may be more traps and ambushes ahead.
What? Yeah.
These scheming Patak are using me and my crewmates as bait in their traps. There is a spatial charge underneath me. It is wired to explode if I move. You might be able to disarm it if you cut the right wire. Save me, or let me die with my honor intact.
Sent the warrior to the evac site. The warrior to the evac site. I've sent the warrior to that site. Warrior to the evac site.
There you are. Let us talk of victory. I killed the Herodian leader in battle, and then caught most of his black in the blast. It was glorious. Kalis himself could have done no better. But there is still glory to be had, brave warriors. A second Herodian Alpha still lives. He has been chasing me through the jungle. Now,
We will fight together, side by side, with honor. Death to the Hirogen. Kapla! Alpha is coming.
Folks, dark fog.
Watch for his minions. It has been a day of glory and of honor. Know that you are a friend to me and my house. What you have done for me and my crew, I will never forget. When we meet again, we will drink a barrel of my family's finest blood wine. Perhaps two, if we're still standing after the first. Ha!
What? Oh.
Truly? Ah, good. I have so many questions for that miserable Karut. He will wish for the tender mercies of Imperial intelligence when I'm finished with him. I may let them have him. Or perhaps I will drag him by those pointed ears all the way to Rura Penthe. We are cleared for transporter operations and can leave at your command. This was a good victory. Though Katang's ship is a loss, he lives on, a strong warrior and hero of the Empire. He will critically reduce the supply of blood wine in the first city while he celebrates. But that is a small price to pay, I think. You and I both know we need all of the stout fighters we can get if we're to defeat the Federation. Saving warriors like Katang will help us achieve that victory. Ah, but I've chewed enough ligament. Until we fight together once more. Serve with honor, my friend.
Everything. Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander.
You have a new power that can be set up to automatically be used. Press the L2 button to show your powers. Use the left stick to navigate this radio menu. Navigate to Brace for Impact. Press the R1 button to toggle between different auto-execute settings, and change when this power will automatically be used. This power will be used even if it is not set up for quick equip.
We have lost contact with a battle group in the Norg system. It could be a Starfleet assault, but that system is deep within Imperial territory. It seems unlikely that an enemy fleet would have made it that far without being detected. Not to mention any number of more critical targets along the way. Needless to say, the High Council wants answers. You and I are to conduct an investigation at once.
I'm keeping us alive with Barbara a little bit. Yeah. Yep. Well, my quest marker is showing uphill. Oh, I gotta talk to that bitch. What? So the upgrade person moved over here. Hey, I just saw you in my cutscene. Get the hell out of my cutscene. Hey, I see you behind me. Get the hell out of my cutscene. Oh, it's too close. They're close. Get the hell Alright, check out that picture.
Interesting.
Now you just Zinyan just stand behind me going, hold the fuck up, bitch. need to get 2 more, and I can get up to rank 5. And I'm gonna try to get up to rank 9 so I can get the that yellow weapon box. Yeah, I moved to a different spot, but yeah, I need to find. I want to get my light thing to at least to +9 so I can get a good sword blueprint.
I am picking up the remains of several Klingon vessels on sensors. If these readings are correct, they were all destroyed in a matter of moments. One thing is clear. The weaponry used to defeat these ships was not Federation technology. We need to get closer and learn more.
Watch out for the cannibals.
Oh yeah, you know, okay, do any of y'all know Bugs Bunny's famous line when he takes the wrong turn?
Make Kalis greet them soon in Soberco.
I'm not sure taking that.
I am starting to run an analysis of the energy readings.
Yeah, I think a wrong turn Avatar. Well, he actually says that in multiverses whenever he shows up to fight it. Yeah, I think a wrong turn and have a cookie. But he does say, what's up, Doc, if he wins.
Nice.
And they may be back for more. A series of subspace rifts has opened ahead, near those large asteroids, and ships of unknown origin are coming through.
Yeah. Damn. Well, I just opened up a door.
To the Fakiri Horde. You are trespassing.
That's a creepy fucker.
Yeah.
It is no game, Klingon.
I am I'm heading to where my waypoint tell me to go.
Indeed. Yes, it is a good day for you to die. Send them all to the gates of Grethor. Their locking weapons.
Well,
we can solve the riddle of these Fakiri later. But now, we must fight. Kapla!
Ow, ow, ow! How am I supposed to stop your big shit?
Just destroy them. We must destroy them.
Damn it, I got knocked off.
Okay, fine. I haven't really through this.
Yeah, don't mind me, Jimbo. I'm just climbing up a side of a mountain.
Yeah, that's just lovely. A burrito, huh?
The crest says is down. Oh. Pay attention to me and not Adam and so you can keep the big belly. get the bowl. Merry Christmas.
If I had not seen it with my own two eyes, the Fakiri are real. Until today, I thought they were the stuff of myth, of stories told to frighten children. Indeed. And wait! Incoming signal from Kronos.
She ain't there for me.
Is under attack. All available forces are ordered to return to the Praxis Belt immediately. The data on the attackers. It's the Fakiri. We must return to Kronos and assist in the defense.
Quit invading my cutscenes, too.
The Fakiri have bypassed most of our defenses with their portals. We need to strike quickly before they eliminate the planetary defense grid. Concentrate fire on the portals, eliminate them, and we can stop the arrival of Fakiri reinforcements.
I'll beat you up, bud. God.
I am detecting a group of Valkyrie vessels approaching the orbital command station. We cannot let them take it. Come, let us battle these demons once more. Crack, Klingon, Wool, Pack, Charge!
I was going to say I was kind of surrounded, but not anymore.
I have heard tales of your recent victories in battle. It is good to fight at the side of such a warrior. Thank you for leaving some of these demons for us to battle. I have never fought a mythological creature before. It was a glorious experience.
The battle awaits us all on the surface. Valkyrie troops are attacking KDF headquarters. We have fought them in the stars, and now, we will fight them in personal combat, as warriors born!
At home. The thingy for this thingy. Yeah.
Local defense forces are fighting bravely, but they are in danger of being overwhelmed. Let us join the battle before that happens.
Oh my God! I hate these event mazes, especially the fucking power.
But some Fakiri have entered the Great Hall. They mean to slay the High Council. I will fight to the death before I let that happen. Let us be rid of these demons once and for all. This is madness. A mythological creature nearly ran me through in battle. Here, at the heart of the Empire. I would know more about this attack. Why were these Fakiri here? What was their goal? Indeed. You have done well today, warriors. For your bravery, I will give you the honor of dealing with these demons. Speak to me soon, once you are ready to begin. Talk to the back. When I received my first assignment on the starship, my father told me I would see many strange things in the service of the Empire. After today, I know his words to be true. The Fakiri, demons of myth, here, alive, and seeking revenge. Madness. Chancellor Jimpak has given us a great honor. I look forward to fighting the Fakiri with you once again. Heed the call of the warrior. Claim the honor due your family. In legend, the Fakiri are an army of the damned. Their return heralds the rise of their leader from the depths of Grethor. And if Mola returns to the realm of the living, he will rule an empire of blood for 1,000 years. I did not take such things seriously until a Fakiri invader nearly killed me in battle. Now they have my full attention. I intend to make them regret it.
Speak to the law singers outside the Great Hall. Try to find some facts within the ancient myths. Perhaps you can discover what motivates these demons and where they will strike next. Serve the Imp.
Hey, do you wish to hear tales of the Empire? The Fakiri. Like many others, I thought they were the stuff of legends. That has changed. We all know the stories. How the Fakiri came forth from the darkest depths of Grethor itself to do the bidding of Olor. How they raised the land, and how Kalis the Unforgettable put an end to their reign of terror. But now, I must wonder, are there truths hidden within the legends? For some time, there have been those among us who believe the Fakiri were more than a myth. It was not a popular belief. The discovery of the Sword of Kalis gave strength to those believers, however. For if the great weapon of the first Emperor was real, could not his great foes have been real as well? The invasion of this great city by the Fakiri Hall will no doubt give them even greater cause. We must study the Fakiri lore from the time of Kalis, only this time with a more open mind. My father, Tehran, is an expert on the Sword of Kalis and the facts and fables that surround it. You would do well to speak with him on the matter. Hey, do you...
Do you wish to hear a tale of Kalis? I weave tales of glory and honor. Ah, yes. Many Klingons turn their thoughts to the weapon of the first Emperor these days. A Fakiri invasion. Put simply, there is no greater weapon in our history. With the Sword of Kalis in my hand, I could face an entire fleet and win. It seems we have need of such a mighty blade. For some time, the monks of Boreal safeguarded the weapon. Until the coming of the Herc several thousand years ago. They took the blade from us, and it was thought to be lost forever. There are some who say that Dahar Master Kor and Worf found the blade. And yet, when I speak of it to Worf, he turns away. The son of Mo is here. He is a stubborn man, but he always strives to do the right thing for the Empire. And the Empire needs the Sword of Kalis now. Perhaps more than ever before. Ask him yourself. Perhaps you will succeed where I have failed. I will take.
Greetings. How may I assist you? Fight with honor. You speak of the Fakiri. The Fakiri share many characteristics with our ancient enemies. However, one of the things I learned during my time in Starfleet is that things are not always as they seem. It may be that the true enemy is hiding behind legends until they choose to reveal themselves. That is a task for the lore singers. Suffice it to say that it has power beyond that of a normal weapon. Not only can it rend flesh and bone, it can control hearts. To my regret, I found that I was not up to the task of being the sword's master. This is a story that I am loath to share without reason. However, I know you to be honorable and a friend of the House of Martin. I do not believe you would ask without reason. I accompanied Daha Master Kor and Jadzia Dax in a search for the Sword of Kalis. Kor had uncovered information during his time as a diplomat to Vulcan that he believed would lead us to the sword's location. He was correct. We found the sword on a Herc world in the Gamma Quadrant. The sword brought the dark sides of our natures to the surface. We argued over who was to keep the blade. I might have even done the unthinkable and killed if Jadzia had not been there to stop. Kor and I realized that the Sword of Kalis was too powerful for any man to wield. It had divided us. It would have divided the Klingon people as well. We agreed, for the good of the Empire, to transport the blade into deep space. If Emperor Kalis had not been successful, it would be there still. The Emperor contacted me recently. The course of his ship would put him in the Senex system now. Be wary. The Breen have overrun that system. Kalis is an inspiration to us all, but as a modern warrior, you may find that he needs assistance. However, if you seek the Sword of Kalis, you must find the Emperor.
Report. What have you? I thought his obsession with the weapon was risky, but I did not expect him to actually find it in the void of space. And so I agreed to his plan to search for the blade. I should have known better. He is Kalis. Achieving the impossible comes naturally to him. It will not be a good thing if the Emperor's obsession with a relic gets him killed. Imperial intelligence has informed me that the Fakiri conducted several raids on classified data systems during the attack. They were particularly interested in intel on the weapon and the location of Kalis. If they aren't sending a fleet to intercept the Emperor, I'll eat a plate of cold dead gah. Agreed. Return to your ship and make your way to the Sanex system at maximum warp. Hopefully, you will make it there before the Fakiri.
Can I help you? Oh, joy.
Sensors are picking up readings of the destroyed Klingon fleet in the area, but there is one remaining ship. Trying to get a fix on it. It is the Emperor's ship. We are not too late. Attempting to hail them now.
Come to join the fight, have you? Good. There's no better companion in battle than a Klingon warrior. We were ambushed on our way back to Kronos. I must warn you, as strange as it may sound, we are fighting the Fakiri. Foul demons! I thought I had rid the Empire of them forever. A mistake I will gladly correct now. More of them are inbound to my position. See if you can intercept them while we get my ship back to a battle-worthy state.
Yeah. Yeah, my stinky little friend's around somewhere. I can smell him. Somebody or something got... They probably think so.
Blay, 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 let it whip. Blay, 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 let it whip.
I was thinking of it. Ah, yeah. I was just seeing how powerful it was out there. Pretty powerful. Uh-huh. Must have been right close by.
last of them, at least for now. Incoming hail from the Emperor's vessel.
You have fought well, warriors. There is more to be done, however. The Fakiri managed to beam over several boarding parties during their last attack. I would be honored if you would join me in purging them from the decks of my vessel. Very well. Beam aboard with your best warriors and put an end to these dishonorable creatures. Kapla!
It's cold. Life support must be failing. I'm picking up numerous fatigue. Let's deal with them first. Give the crew the space they need to repair the ship, and then head to the bridge.
I'm getting off to
have fun.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander.
Get used to watching Hank size share screen. Now my screen looks humongous.
They will work on containing damage to this area.
Engineering is heavily damaged. If we know this, there is a good chance the Fakiri do as well. They may strike there next. Let's get down there. We can secure the deck and stabilize the ship's power systems before things go from bad to worse. Supported new power on the verge of collapse, and we will need their help to stabilize those systems before it's too late. bridge will not last long without our assistance. We must head there at once.
Defeated the Fakiri before, and we shall do so again! No demon can stand against a heart that beats with honor! A glorious fight! Come! I would speak with you, warrior. You are a stout warrior and a fine commander. Truly, you know what it means to be Klingon. There will be time for songs of honor and blood wine later, warriors. Now we must discuss the treachery of the Fakiri. Though we still live, the enemy has taken something most dear from us. The sacred blade I forged long ago in the fiery depths of Christok. The same. While we fought the Fakiri here, their fellows managed to breach the chamber where the blade was stored and escape before my warriors could stop them. Before you arrived, Dajar taunted me with his plan. Unwise, but the Fakiri have always been arrogant braggarts, and fools besides. They mean to besiege the monastery on Boreth, and offer my weapon in ritual sacrifice, to secure the rise of Molor from Grethor. Indeed. For my part, I must go to Boreth and put an end to this wickedness. I will not allow Molor to return, even if I have to kill every Fakiri in the galaxy to do so. And you, will you join me in the fight against these demons?
Your report is disturbing. The Fakiri nearly killed Kahless and stole his blade. This must be avenged, and soon. The people of the Empire must believe in the strength and honor of their Emperor. I am placing you under the direct command of Kahless. Do whatever is necessary to reclaim what was taken from him. If you can bring an end to the Fakiri, do so. War with the Federation is enough of a challenge. War with the hordes of Grethor may prove to be our undoing. Serve the Empire well. Kapla! I bring word from Emperor Kahless. The Fakiri are on the move, and he believes an attack on Boreth will happen soon. Your orders are to meet the Emperor in the Boreth system. Assist him in his efforts to defend that sacred place. Do what needs to be done to defeat the Fakiri horde. Boreth cannot fall. Serve the Emperor.